on. This is about climate change and buffalo production. So we'll have three presentations from our guest speakers, and these sessions will be chaired by two veteran, professionals. Professor Dr. Nasim Ahmed, he is from the Pakistan University of Veterinary and Animal Sciences, and the Professor Dr. Umar Farooq is our renowned professor from Bangladesh Agricultural University. And we'll have four rapporteurs, those who will help us to take notes and then make a summary and let it out the summary afterwards. So may I request our honorable chairperson, Professor Umar Farooq and Nasim Ahmed sir, to take their seats on the stage. Thank you.
লাইভের অডিওটা সেভ করো তো। বাইরে ওখানে ঠিক আছে। And it's thank you.
অসুবিধা নেই, তিনজনে লিখবে, বুঝছো না?
Assalamualaikum and thank you, respected co-chair, I used to be part of this workshop. I'm sure this session will be very, very rewarding. The first speaker we have is Dr. Muhammad Shamsuddin. He is a senior animal production and health officer at FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization of United Nations at the regional office for Africa. May I request him to please make his presentation. Okay, I'm sorry, the first speaker is perhaps is not here. So the first confirmed speaker of this session is Dr. Sonavali Nampania. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing the pronunciation incorrectly. She will be talking, or he will be talking about the livestock production, global regional perspectives. Just mention your name and affiliation and then ask a question.
So you can realize
we invite these 3 to 4 short questions or comments. Please raise your hand, introduce yourself, and if you can ask a question. Thank you.
I get a maybe question. I would have to follow on. My question is it possible to make salt tolerant buffalo? Especially want to know Dr. Samsuddin. And you have already mentioned the Italian Mediterranean Mudra crossbred. I think it is adjustable in the climate of in Bangladesh condition. And in the buffalo breeding farm in Bagherat, there is lots of crossbred buffalo of Italian Mediterranean Mudra. It is nice. It is very adjustable. Thank you. And do you think it is possible to make?
I got the question. Actually, I don't know how to make or produce crossbred buffalo or salt tolerant buffalo. I just gave an example how Bangladesh invented salt tolerant rice variety. So you are all the scientists. This is your job, and how to invent and how we can say or indigenous buffalo and with this. And I know the Italian Mediterranean, there are 20,000 insemination. That is only 1,000 was the production. So this need to study rigorously. Is it suitable in our environment? You are bringing buffalo cement from Italy that is deeper environment. So our environment is another, it is different. So our salinity is increasing rapidly. Our intensity of cyclones is increasing rapidly. The flood, water level is like raising, breaking every year's record. So this is how we are facing problems. So this is things we need to think. I want to just, as a journalist, this is my job to bring the problem into light and focus.
Thank you. Very interesting question and ideas for future. We have a hand raised here, but before you, I think it's very interesting, and we have time. We have 8 or 9 more minutes from this corner to the corner.
আপনারা যারা উপকূল এলাকার থেকে আসছেন আমরা খামারি ভাইরা তারা কিন্তু এই কোশ্চেনের উপর প্রেজেন্টেশনের উপর কমেন্ট করবেন। এই যে সল্ট টলারেন্স আপনাদের দরকার বা এটা যেটা বলেছেন আপনাদের অবজারভেশন থাকলে বা কোশ্চেন থাকলে করতে হবে।
প্রজেক্টের সামার বইটা চেয়ারম্যান এবং প্রচারকারীকে
বেঁচে থাকতে পারে এই ধরনের আবহাওয়া সহ্য করে আমরা মহিষ উৎপাদন করতে পারি কিনা, যেহেতু বাংলাদেশের সমুদ্র
আমরা যে উপকূল এলাকা ক্রস করেছিলাম এখন তো গোড়া ডিস্ট্রিবিউট করা হয়েছে সেগুলো তো বেঁচে নাই, সেগুলো কি বাস্তব দিচ্ছে না,
সেগুলো বেঁচে আছে কিন্তু লবণাক্ততা সহ্য করার মতো
এখন ঠিক আছে কিভাবে বলেন বাস্তব দিচ্ছে কিভাবে
যেটা উন্নত জাত দেওয়া সার দেওয়া হয়েছে সেই সারে বাচ্চা উৎপাদন হয়েছে সেগুলা বেঁচে আছে, তবে স্বাস্থ্যগত দিক থেকে লবণাক্ততার কারণে অনেকটা রোগাক্রান্ত হয়ে পড়ে।
ঠিক আছে, থ্যাংক ইউ। আমি বুঝতে পারছি যে প্রবলেম ইউ আর রেইজিং। লাইক আমি বলি আমাদের কোস্টাল এরিয়া হচ্ছে 4.3 মিলিয়ন পিপল। তো অ্যাজ পার ফোকাস বাই দ্য আইপিসিসি বাই 2050 আমাদের প্রায় 5 জনের মধ্যে একজন ডিসপ্লেস হবে ওই এলাকা থেকে। আবার জমিগুলো কিন্তু নদী গর্ভে চলে যাচ্ছে, সমুদ্র গর্ভে চলে যাচ্ছে, একদিন ল্যান্ড করে যাচ্ছে। তাহলে আমাদের ওটাকে কিভাবে অ্যাডপ্ট করা যায় সেই বিষয়ে আমাদের কাজ করা উচিত। এবং আরেকটা জিনিস আমরা খেয়াল করেছি যে কোস্টালে আপনার বাথান আপনি যত উঁচুতে বানাচ্ছেন, কারণ আপনি 10 ফিট হাইটে বা কিল্লা বানাচ্ছেন, কিল্লা প্লেনকে রেজ করছেন, বাট প্রতি বছর যে প্লাগ আসতেছে না ওটা কিন্তু মানে রেকর্ড ব্রেক করতেছে, ব্রেকিং দ্য রেকর্ড এন্ড ফ্লাডিং ইউর কিল্লা। সো উই নিড টু থিঙ্ক এন্ড স্টাডি, সো ফর লাইক 10 years 5 years project যে আমরা ক্লিয়ার করবো কি কত কিছুতে বানালে আমাদের ফার্মারদের এই প্রবলেমটা হবে না। সেটাও একটা দেখলাম যে আমরা কানপুরস্থানে ঘুরে দেখছি যে প্রবলেম আসলে ওইটাও আছে।
We have two questions, participants want to ask first over there, and we have three. First, you, and then Dr. Chaudhary, and then third one.
Okay, thank you. I am Professor Dr. Dibyendu বিশ্বাস, Photography Science Center University. আমি কিছুটা বাংলায় বলি। আপনি যেটা তথ্যটা উপস্থাপন করছেন যেটা হলো ডিএলএস এর ওয়েব পেজে আছে, এটা তথ্যের সাথে আপনার তথ্যের হয়তো কিছুটা গরমিল আছে। আমি জানি না এখানে ডিএলএস এর লোকজন এখানে আছেন, অফিসাররা আছেন। আর বাফেলো প্রোডাকশনস আপনি যেটা সংখ্যায় দেখতেছেন এখানে বাড়ছে, বাট ইন কেস অফ স্ট্যাটিস্টিক্যালি যদি পপুলেশন করেন এটা কিন্তু নেগেটিভে, এটা পজিটিভে কখনোই ছিল না, এখনো নাই। আপনি এটা সংখ্যাগত দিক থেকে হয়তো দেখতেছেন এই বছর 1000 ছিল, সামনের বছর হয়তো 1300 হয়েছে। স্ট্যাটিস্টিক করেন এখানে বাফেলো পপুলেশন গ্রাজুয়ালি ডিক্রিজ, ইনক্রিজের কথা তো বলে না যে আমাদের বাফেলোর সংখ্যা বাড়ছে। একটা দিক হলো, আরেকটা দিক এটা খুব ইম্পর্টেন্ট, যে সল্ট টলারেন্স বাফেলো প্রোডাকশন। এটা ধানের যত সহজ, ধানের প্রযুক্তি কিন্তু এনিম্যালে অতটা সহজ না। ধান টলারেন্স, সল্ট টলারেন্স ধান বা গম এটা প্রোডাকশন করা 1 বছরের ভিতরে সম্ভব, কিন্তু একটা জাত উন্নয়ন সল্ট টলারেন্স মহিষ উৎপাদন এটা কিন্তু 1 দিনে সম্ভব না। আদৌ সম্ভব হবে কিনা এটাও সম্ভব হবে।
I don't want to be hopeless because it is a wrong concept that Bangladesh has invented rice within a year, salt tolerant rice. But we cannot invent still now the salt tolerant rice up to the 16 deci per meter. Our invention is still up to 12 deci semi per meter. So this is also the study of around 30 years that the scientists they found the salt tolerant rice. I don't want to suggest to invent it over the night. I want it to work on how we can go for the locally led adaptation. The locally led adaptation doesn't mean that only invent salt tolerant buffalo. It means also adapting with the climate change issues, building resilience, and building the to the height that the flood cannot affect those things. And the data I showed from here, it is from the livestock department. I don't have any data. I don't raise any data, and I am not the right person to collect data from other people. So these are the data, verified data I have collected from the department of livestock.
Dr. Chaudhary, if you can be very short.
Yeah, very short. I think there are biological limits, and we cannot go against the tide of the climate change. In long term, actually, the buffalo production in the coastal area will desist. This is the reality. So there are options coming up, which not necessarily has to be in the coastal shoreline. Obviously, you can raise it in the outer area, and we need to shift in this direction. I think that's the way forward. Otherwise, you cannot play around with the nature scenario and other problems.
Thank you for your comment. And may I invite the question from my friend Khalil. Please.
জি থ্যাংক ইউ। আমি বাংলাতে বলতেছি। আপনার প্রেজেন্টেশন আমি এর আগেও একটা ওয়ার্কশপে মেবি দেখছিলাম। আপনি জাস্ট উদাহরণ হিসেবে মেবি আমার কাছে যেটা মনে হচ্ছে কোস্টাল এরিয়ার প্রতি আপনি শুধুমাত্র কুতুবদিয়াতে নিয়ে আসতেছেন। যদিও আমি লক্ষ্মীপুর, ভোলা, তারপরে হচ্ছে এই কোস্টাল বেল্টে কাজ করি, এই বেল্টে স্যালাইনিটির কোনো প্রভাব সেরকম বাফেলো প্রোডাকশনে ইফেক্ট করে না। এখানে অনেকগুলো খামারি আছে, আপনি জিজ্ঞাসা করতে পারেন। 2 নম্বর, আপনি যেটা বাফেলো ডাটা নিয়ে বলছেন, ডাটাটা নিয়ে বাফেলো ডিক্রিজ হচ্ছে, এটা ঠিক আছে, বাট আপনার যে এগ্রিকালচারাল সেন্সেশন এই ডাটাটা নিয়েও আমার যথেষ্ট দ্বিমত আছে। এই ডাটাটা আপনার ডাটাটাও আমি ঠিক বলে মনে করতেছি। আরেকটা হচ্ছে যে চরগুলা, যে জায়গাগুলো বলতেছেন যে আমাদের আপনি ম্যানমেড কিছু কারণে চরগুলা দখল হচ্ছে, আপনি ওই জিনিসগুলোও কিন্তু নিয়ে আসেন। কারণ চরগুলো যে লোকাল রাজনৈতিক পলিটিশিয়ানরা দখল করতেছে, খামারিরা যে হ্যাজার্ড কন্ডিশনে করতেছে, এই জিনিসগুলো এখানে আসতেছে না। এটা আসলে একটা আমাদের পলিসি ডেভেলপ করা দরকার ছিল, যে যে যারা বিশেষ করে এখানে অনেকগুলো খামারি আছে, চর এরিয়াতে এক একজন খামারি আছে যারা 200 400 মহিষ আছে, আমরা চাইলেও সে ইজিলি উপরে নিয়ে আসবে না হাউস হোল্ডের। বাট সেই চর এরিয়া গুলো যদি আমরা সিরাজগঞ্জ বা পাবনার মতো বাঁধান এরিয়াতে আমরা যদি দুই একটা চর আমরা ডেভেলপ করতে পারি, সেগুলো তো সম্ভব। আরেকটা হচ্ছে যে আপনি যেটা বলছেন যে সাইক্লোন বা এগুলোর কারণে আমরা কিছু জলবায়ু সহিষ্ণু কিল্লার ব্যবস্থা করছি, যেগুলোর কারণে হয়তো বা সেগুলোতে সেই ইফেক্টটা খুব একটা নাই কোস্টাল এরিয়াতে। ধন্যবাদ, আপনার প্রেজেন্টেশনের সাথে আমি কিছু কিছু জায়গায় দ্বিমত পোষণ করছি।
আপনাকে ধন্যবাদ। আমিও একই কাজ করেছি, যে ডাটাকে নিয়ে প্রশ্ন তুলেছি, কারণ এই ডাটা আমি বিশ্বাস করি না। কারণ হচ্ছে আমি বলছি এগ্রিকালচার ডাটা এটা বলে, লাইফস্টাইল ডাটা এটা বলে, তো হোয়াট ওয়াজ দ্য রিয়েলিটিটা কি সেটা আমি জানতে চেয়েছি। সেকেন্ড বিষয় হচ্ছে আমি বলছি হিউম্যান অ্যাক্টিভিটিতে কমে যায়, সেখানে আপনার সব দখল অবশ্যই আছে এবং এই বিষয়টা আছে। এবং স্যার যেটা বলছে যে আমাদেরকে আমাদের 4.3 মিলিয়ন কোস্টাল পিপল নিউট্রিশন এক সময় এই বাফেলোর মিট এবং মিল্কের উপর ডিপেন্ডেন্ট ছিল। তো আমরা যেটা এখন ইম্পোর্ট করতেছি মিট, আমি বলছি যে সেটা কিভাবে অ্যাডপ্ট করা যায়, অ্যাডাপ্টেশনের জন্য আমাদেরকে ফোকাস করতে হবে। দিস ইজ দ্য সলিউশন হইতে পারে। আমি দ্যাট ওয়াজ আওয়ার ইনভেস্টিগেশন, যে বাফেলো ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জ এর কারণে প্রবলেম হচ্ছে, এবং সেই ক্ষেত্রে আপনি সেটা বাসায় বাফেলো দেয়ার করে করতে পারেন। সেটা আপনি আরো কিভাবে বাগানগুলোতে আরো কিভাবে আপনি যেভাবে ক্লাইমেট রেজিলিয়েন্স বিল্ড বানিয়েছেন সেটা আরো কিভাবে স্প্রেড করা যায়। আর যেটা হচ্ছে যে বাংলাদেশের 19টা কোস্টাল এরিয়াতে স্যালাইনিটি এবং ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জের ইমপ্যাক্ট আছে, এটা বাংলাদেশ সরকার ওয়াইডলি স্টাডি করেছে। আমাদের ক্লাইমেট মিনিস্ট্রি আছে, ডিপার্টমেন্ট আছে, এগুলো নিয়ে আমরা কাজ করতেছি, সরকার কাজ করছে, এটা আমরা কোনোভাবে ডিনাই করতে পারি না। ক্লাইমেট ভালনারেবল কান্ট্রি, তো দিস ইজ ট্রু। ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জ ইজ নট লাইক নাই, এটা বলা যাবে না কাউন্টের মতো। ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জ আসলে রিয়েলিটি আছে। আমেরিকার প্রেসিডেন্ট বলে তো ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জ নাই, তো সেটা তো আমরা পুরো বিশ্বাস করতে পারি না, যদি আমেরিকার প্রেসিডেন্ট বলে, তো সেটা এবং কুতুব দিয়া কুতুব দিয়া একটা একটা উপজেলাকে বলছি, প্রত্যেকটা উপজেলার ডাটা আমার কাছে আছে, ইন্ডিভিজুয়ালি আপনার লাগবে আমি দিয়ে দেবো।
We have the last question. Yes. What I think, let's give opportunity. You can ask during the tea.
আসসালামু আলাইকুম, আমি ডাক্তার মোহাম্মদ জামালউদ্দিন, ভেটেরিনারি অফিসার, জেলাঘাটি হাসপাতাল পটুয়াখালী। যেহেতু আমি কোস্টাল এরিয়াতে চাকরি করি, আমি পটুয়াখালীর চর মুলতাজ, রাঙ্গামালি, আন্ডারচর এই সমস্ত জায়গায় গিয়েছি। এখানে এক একজনে 50, 100, 150 পর্যন্ত মহিষ আছে। সেখানে আমি ফিল্ড ওয়ার্ক অনেকগুলো করেছি। তাদের একটাই দাবি, কিন্তু আমাদের একজন বললেন যে কোস্টাল এরিয়াতে ক্লাইমেট বা স্যালাইনের উপর কোনো ইফেক্ট পড়ে না। সেক্ষেত্রে আমি একটু দ্বিমত পোষণ করছি। তাদের একটাই দাবি যে আমাদের যখন ড্রাই সিজন আসে, পানি কমে যায়, তখন স্যালাইনটা বেড়ে যায়, এবং এই সময় অনেক মহিষের বাছুর তার পানি খাওয়ার কারণে তাদের রক্তামশা হচ্ছে, শরীরের সমস্যা হচ্ছে, এবং কিছু বাছুর মারা যাচ্ছে। তাদের দাবি কিভাবে আমরা উত্তোলন করতে পারি, এবং আমি তাদের কাছে বললাম যে আপনারা কি চাচ্ছেন কি। তারা বলছে যে আমাদের যদি কোস্টাল এরিয়াতে বাথান এলাকায় একটা পুকুর করে দেওয়া হয়, পাড় উঁচু করে দেওয়া হয়, যেখানে পানি জমা হবে, সেক্ষেত্রে আমাদের মহিষগুলো বাঁচানো সম্ভব। এবং আমাদের এলইডি প্রকল্প থেকে একটা জায়গাতে ডিটেবল করে দেওয়া হচ্ছে, সেখানে তারা বেশ উপকৃত হচ্ছে। ধন্যবাদ।
আমি যে সাজেশন ক্রিয়েট করতে পারি সেটা হচ্ছে বাংলাদেশ সরকার একটা ন্যাপ বানিয়েছেন, ন্যাশনাল অ্যাডাপ্টেশন প্ল্যান ফর ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জ। So they want 52 billion from the international community, and if there is a livestock officers in the department, they can negotiate with the climate ministry how they can take support from this national adaptation plan for public indigenous people. And I hope Bangladesh will implement this NAP by 2050. So this is a huge opportunity how the livestock department and the scientists can work on a buffalo adaptation in Bangladesh.
Thank you. I think let's give a big applause to our invited speaker. Thank you very much. And before we invite the last presentation, may I set the request after this presentation. This is a recorded presentation by Dr. Mohammed Shamsuddin. He is the Senior Animal Production and Health Officer at FAO Regional Office for Africa. He will be talking about, in his recorded presentation, prospects of buffalo farming in Bangladesh from the climate change perspective. Before we really let this presentation go, may I request our repertoires team to make presentation, short presentation on the rostrum, and then finally we will have the sum up from worthy Professor Umar Farooq Sahib. Okay, so let us hear Dr. Muhammad Shamsuddin Sahib.
Thank you, sir. Our first presentation title was the livestock production, global and regional perspectives.
Respected Chair, ladies and gentlemen, allow me thank you, the organizer, the International Buffalo Workshop, Bangladesh. This morning, I would like to share with you 5 key messages. Number 1, not only buffalo, livestock statistics as a whole in Bangladesh are inconsistent. And it varies among different sources, which need urgent attention and action to support good policy, because good policy can only be done based on good data. My second message today is that due to low productivity, the greenhouse gas emission from buffalo is higher than from cattle in Bangladesh. Although buffaloes are known for higher climate adaptability. The third message is that small and scattered population, high mortality, poor technology uptake, and weak value chain are major impediment to productivity of the buffalo. The fourth, due to fewer and scattered breedable females, it is practically difficult or scaling up is impossible to apply artificial insemination with frozen seed. Therefore, we should go for a community-based breeding with the certified sires for a natural mating. Last but not the least, provided policy, technology, and financial supports are put in place, there are a couple of niches which can be developed for buffalo production, for example, in the coastal region and in the Chattogram. Now, in favor of my first message, the livestock statistics in Bangladesh need urgent attention and action. As you can see, that this here I'm presenting data from 3 sources. The blue bars are from FAO, the orange bars are from the Bangladesh Bureau of Statistics, and the gray bars are from the Department of Livestock Science. As you can see, in every species, they differ greatly. And for example, the BBS says Bangladesh only has even less than 400,000 buffalo. On the other hand, and FAO and DLS are saying that Bangladesh is 1.4 million. And equally, it is important if we can break down the number of buffaloes according to different regional, let's say, division of Bangladesh. Only BBS provides data, which is good. But on the other hand, let's say in the Borishal division, BBS is saying that the whole division has less than 80 million buffalo. On the other hand, the DLS say that only Bula district has 124,000 buffalo. So there is clearly a discrepancy and inconsistency in data which needs to be urgently taken care of. Now, let's bring the other key message, which is the greenhouse gas emission from buffalo is slightly better than cattle, but worse than other species. And this is the global situation. And in this slide, what I did, I converted all livestock species into a tropical livestock unit. This is the tools developed by FAO, which help us harmonize the different species against the mature cattle. And having done that globally, for example, there are 47% TLU for cattle. And against that, the cattle is producing 62% of the greenhouse gas. Similarly, if you can see for buffalo, there are 7% of TLU are for buffalo, and the buffalo altogether globally producing 8% of the greenhouse gas. What is important here to note that all other species here, there are three very important species, which are pig, chicken, and the small ruminant. They have a much lower percentage of greenhouse gas emission. Now, let's look a little bit closer to Bangladesh. In Bangladesh situation, as you can see, the highest intensity of greenhouse gas emission per kilogram of animal protein is coming from buffalo. The second one is from cattle, and again, the lowest is from chicken and the small ruminants, the sheep and goat. Well, in this high intensity of buffalo greenhouse gas emission per kilogram of protein could be due to, among other reasons, very low productivity of buffalo. Let's see how is the situation in the Indian system. In India, the story looks different. Here it says that the buffalo, the greenhouse gas emission intensity from buffalo, which is a kilogram of carbon dioxide equivalent per kilogram of animal protein, is much lower than that of cattle. But again, as you can see, it is both buffalo and cattle has more greenhouse gas intensity compared to chicken and pigs in Indian conditions. So again, let's go a little bit just what is happening here, and these data are also quite old. So one of the key messages here that buffalo is not adding a substantial benefit, maybe compared to cattle, but not compared to the other livestock. But the second key message is that the high intensity, maybe especially in Bangladesh, due to low productivity of buffalo. Now, looking into a detail into the sources, where are the emissions? As you can see, the major source, nearly 65%, is coming from the enteric fermentation. And that, to some extent, depends on the quality of feed, the feed balancing, the diet formulation, etc. And the second big amount is coming from the manure. Why I say the second big amount? Because for other feeds, if we use the crop residue as a feed, the greenhouse gas is already counted while the crop production. So it should not add again the greenhouse gas emission for the crop residue because it has been already counted in the primary crop. Now, there are areas of improvement. Number one, as I said already, we should go for a mixed crop livestock production because the feed, the greenhouse gas emission for feed is already in the crop production and it will not be counted in the livestock. The second things you can do is do the feed and fodder treatment to improve the digestibility and also to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. We can go for mixed meat operation because in this, say for if the animals are for dairy, the greenhouse gas is already counted for meat production and it will not be again counted in meat production. So at the end of the day, we can reduce the intensity per kilograms of animal protein. Feed balancing, I already said, the feed balancing and good diet formulation help reducing the greenhouse gas emission. And the last one here is, but it's very important, and it's one of the practices that can be easily improved in farm is the manure management. And there are some research topics which can be addressed for longer term and more sustainable solutions. And these are the let's say, product selection for those products who produces less methane and carbon dioxide. And equally, we can do for genetic selection of animals. And there are animals within the same species or even in the same breed who produce less greenhouse than the other. So those animals can be selected for breeding and get for more sustainable longer-term solution. There are some policy issues which can help reducing the greenhouse. And one of the key important policy can be the incentives for low greenhouse gas emission and the good practices. For example, if this farmer wants to get finance from loan, if they produce lesser amount of greenhouse gas, they can get the loan on priority. And equally, any other of the government incentive they receive. Now, here are some examples that during my work in the Joint FAO-IAEA division of International Atomic Energy Agency, I did some work together with other colleagues, and that has substantial improvement on enhancing productivity and reducing the greenhouse emission. One of them is not only depending on the conventional feed, but also going for unconventional animal feed. This is a very important issue. And then is the efficient utilization of the crop residues in the mixed crop livestock production system. We need to support laboratory capacity to enhance the feed analysis capacity so that the feed quality can be assured. And there are feed databases to be developed, especially the feeding calendar. Because no matter whether droughts or rain or wet season or dry season, we need to feed animals 365 days. So there should be a calendar, and the calendar should guide the farmer to fill in the gaps where the gaps are, so that they can be prepared for the crisis period to ensure the feed supply. And then last but not the least one is the feed supplementation and the treatment to enhance the productivity. There are protocols for enzyme treatment. There are protocols for molasses and urea treatment, as you can see. I want to specifically draw your attention on this photo. This is from El Salvador, which is from a farm with 1,000 cattle. And this farm produces renewable energy in the form of biogas and then electricity, and they were even selling the electricity to the national grid. So this is very important that we can better manage the manure and contribute to renewable energy. My third message is that the productivity of buffalo is low in Bangladesh, and there are few data that will help us to really understand this gap. Say, for example, the buffalo meat production in Bangladesh per year is less than 7,000 metric ton, against an 8.7 million metric ton of total meat, combining cattle, small meat, and chicken mostly. So as you can see, the share of the buffalo in the total meat value chain in Bangladesh is really very small. Similarly, when it comes to the milk production, as you can see, nearly 36,000 metric ton milk is produced from buffalo against 13 million metric ton total milk. So the total product from buffalo, milk and meat, is really small to develop a larger value chain at scale. And then it's also the buffalo productivity per buffalo milk. It ranges between 350 to 70 kg, depending on different studies that you can see here I refer to. On the other hand, if we compare the Bangladesh data against India, they are producing between 1,600 to 2,850 kg of milk per 300 days lactation. So compared to our neighbor country, our productivity is very low, even if it's less than half. Other issues are the buffalo mature quite late. It can go as high as 50 months. The calving interval is generally 2 years as of today. And this is because, again, there is no genetic selection and not any breeding program which can be taken to its scale. Now, there are few, I will go through next few slides to explain or to present to you the buffalo production system in Bangladesh. And let's say one of the common system is the small production, and it's the mixed farming. We have it in Mymensingh and many of the northern districts, including the milk pocket area like Bagawarigat. I have seen one or two buffalo together with many cows. Farmers keep this one or two buffalo to harmonize the fat percentage so they can get good price. So in this, the animals are kept mostly in the home backyard. These animals are taken to public water bodies for wallowing, and they can also drink the water. The feeding is based on the crop residues. Some of them cultivate some tropical forage like the piar, or they graze in the community lands. And their concentrated mixture is mostly the milling byproduct, and it is given to the milking cow, not to everyone. Now we have a semi-intensive system, and it has been developed by some of the private farms and also a farm by milk breeder, where the buffaloes are tied up in a half-wall shed with good ventilation. As you can see, this is very good to cool the environment. And the buffalo cooling is done by push shower usually. And this is they use the same feeds and feeding. It's better plant, but the ingredients of the diet remain the same as it is for the smallholder. This farm can be used to introduce a recording system and to identify the bull mother, to produce the bulls for community-based breeding, as I mentioned. These farms are also good to apply technology and to scale up. Some of the technology, the scaling up will be easier. Now, the third production system is the extensive coastal buffalo production system. I'm happy to share with you that There is a very well described book written in the name of Mohish Katham. It's an excellent publication by PKSL and their partner. And I kindly refer you to consult it because it has given a very good description of the buffalo production system. What I extracted few information from this book here. As many as 40% of total Bangladeshi buffaloes are in this traditional coastal production system. They have challenges. Their feed quality is very. They got saline water. They have very limited access to veterinary and the extension service. The result is very high morbidity and mortality of the buffalo. And also the final result is the low productivity. There are projects from the Department of Livestock Service, from Milvita, ESF, and several NGOs supporting the area. The provisions were made especially to ensure the freshwater reservoir, freshwater supply, and also some shelter from the cyclone, for example. And these are popularly called the Kella. Here is one of the examples. Another important, there has been a participatory gap analysis, and they identified as many as 26 challenges to address to improve the buffalo production in this extensive coastal buffalo production system. And I would like to recommend here, going through these challenges, clearly to identify some of them and work on them, who will have a good return on investment. Now, before I move to the breeding and reproduction, here are some of the buffalo breeds which are available in Bangladesh and in the rest of the world. You know, Bangladesh doesn't have any specific breed. They got some buffaloes from India, crosses, looking very much like a Mora. Bangladesh even got the some buffalo, especially in the coastal region. So, as you can see from the photograph, Mora, Niliravi, Surti, Kundi, and Naisana, these are Indian and Pakistani Texan buffalo. But on the other hand, there are Mediterranean buffalo and also Mediterranean buffalo are taken to Brazil. These are very robust animals, very heavy animal, produce a lot of meat together with the meat. And the last one is the swan buffalo, the photograph I took from Myanmar. Now, what I am proposing here for the breeding is that the community-based breeding with certified sire or natural mating is more preferred based on the information and the scale than the artificial insemination using the frozen semen, especially with the buffalo at the current situation. Why? As you can see, there is no ear taking, it's a general. The data system is poor, and in many cases the data is written on the hard copies. Here I would like to mention that the DBS published their data in a book, and the PDF is not even editable. Nowadays, nobody publishes data in book. The people publish data in the spreadsheet so that we can easily download them, even filter them, produce different output files. There are few initiatives, but it's failed because of the unrealistic, complex data capturing system. When we go for a data collection, they are too demanding, and the farmers and others cannot meet them. So we have to keep an eye on. And also, it's often top down. This is the higher official, it's the official decision to collect data. And we know that there are examples that the data is already filled in even without going to the field. So that reduces the quality. Here are some recommendations. Number one, we do not need to record all farms and all animals. Select some farm and target some animal, a population that will support the good genetic selection and decision making. And then we can align the recording with the routine practices, like when we are doing the deworming or when we are doing the vaccination. We also collect data, let's say in the age of first coming or any other data on the animals, let's say for body weight or milk, whatever we collect. For a good genetic decision and genetic analysis, we need minimum and monthly record of it. And also use innovation. We can use the digitalization, GIS, and even drone, especially to get data from areas which are not accessible. We need a program of work. Otherwise, the data will never be get. We always complain that we don't have quality data, and unless we collect. So we need a national policy for animal identification, and then let's say obligatory data to be able to sell animal protein. Of course, it does not exclude the need of data for traceability and for animal health. And strengthen the extension service using farm data, not data from book, because this is what farmer believe. And introduce a feedback system. The farmer has to see that the data they have given has created a value for them. So they can use the data, they can use the information, which is very important. And then there are technology, as I say, to scale up the record and also look into the return on investment. We should not just collect data for data. Data is an investment, and what it brings in terms of policy, in terms of productivity enhancement for the farmer. Now, we have technologies to tackle this. And these are some of the examples I'm saying here. We need to empower the community and co-create the breeding policy with them, not us sitting in a hotel or in a building in Dhaka and giving the policy to farmer. It doesn't work in that way. We need to have a smart information and communication technology, use them. And because they are fast, they are cheaper. And we can use the assisted reproductive technology. I will present a few examples. And we need to use the advantage of the rapidly advancing molecular genetics. If we, through the community breeding program, if we find very good animals with very good phenotype, it would be good to genotype and record what is the genetic and genomics of this animal that makes it phenotypically. Now, few points about the production, because if I don't talk about the production, my colleagues will say that I forgot the production since I left the farm. The buffaloes are poor reproducers, and they have this late sexual maturity, as I told you already. They have long postpartum estrus, poor expression of estrus, because buffalo has a tendency to show very weak estrus, which we often call the silent estrus. The estrus behavior that often show during the night time, because they have poor conception rate, especially with artificial insemination. And buffalo has a seasonality in calving, which needs to be investigated, whether it is because of the feed availability, but we also came across the data that buffalo are short day. So that also needs to be taken into consideration. The buffalo has a long calving interval. And what is the possible causes for that? Number one cause is the scarcity of feed. I will repeat, for any livestock operation is the feed, production, technology, conservation, and as well as good, please excuse me, and good extension service for the farmer and the producer take the technology. High ambient temperature prevents animals showing the estrus behavior, and high humidity works as well. I already said that the buffalo is a short-day breeder, and more importantly, there has never been in Bangladesh a selection for high fertility of buffalo, except from the farmers' knowledge. Now, in support of the
what I said about the nutrition.
ভালো presentation.
And let me present here the body condition score and milk progesterone data from two buffalo. The buffalo on the top, as you can see, when they gave birth, the body condition score was less than 2.5, and that continuously decreasing. And at day 150 postpartum, the body condition score came to 1.5. And this buffalo did not cycle. As you can see, if one was the cut point, 1 nanogram progesterone per milliliter in the milk, we considered it as non-cyclic. Anything more than 1, we considered it an animal with the luteal function. Now, when we come to the second buffalo, as you can see, this one for the body condition, it was the same body condition when they gave birth, but then because of good feeding, the farmer managed the body condition score up to 2. This buffalo had the first ovulation at about day 17, which is not good, which is not bad. I mean, if we have the buffalo bred on the day 70, we can still have a coming interval and slightly more than 1 year. What is important here? No. Because when we collected this milk and body condition data, we didn't say anything to the farmer about the estrus, although we noticed. But the buffalo, the farmer did not notice that his or her animal ovulated 3 times, and this is demonstrated by the progesterone concentration, the high level of progesterone up to 2 nanogram and even 2.5 nanogram are indication that the buffalo cow had ovulation and had luteal function. So 2 messages here. Number 1, the poor body condition prevents buffalo to cycle. Number 2, the farmer needs a lot of estrus because of, as I said, many reasons. This paper has been published in Actables. Now, here I'm just summarize some of the ovulation and estrus synchronization together with the artificial insemination. I will go quickly because you know all of it already. So the first one, of course, if we have a good veterinarian to examine the corpusculum, we can do a prostaglandin injection. The animal will show heat between 50 and 120 days, and we can breed them 12 hours after the onset of estrus. Straightforward, but we need a good veterinarian to do the rectal palpation and identify buffalo with corpusculum. The second one is if we have a good nutrition, cyclic herd, we may take the risk, but make sure that there is no pregnant animal. We use the prostaglandin and we go for a fixed term insemination. Then there are a lot of combination of different hormones. We can begin with the greenhouse with the gonadotrophic hormone together with the progesterone, prostaglandin, and again it helps. It also needs the cyclic herd, and then we can do a fixed term insemination. There are other, you see, there may be as many as 3 hormones: progesterone, prostaglandin, and even an equine gonadotrophic hormone to ensure the ovulation. But we also have to consider the cost. I think such an operation in Bangladesh condition will be, to my knowledge, about 2,500 to 3,000, which may not be affordable by many partners. And then the same, even more complicated. But before I make any conclusion, I don't want to make any conclusions which one is good or which one is bad. All I'm saying, what is practicable, what is applicable, and what can be practiced would be my recommendation based on the situation. Now, here you see, I have summarized from the conceptual data from this synchronized or induced estrus from several studies.
I will not go to the everyone, but these two studies, the first one with the Gutierrez, and the second one was Neglia. They used a lot of animals, about 2,000 animals, and they managed to get between 40 to 57% consumption rate, which is good and promising. But again, they had good nutrition, and I would like to mention, if I have not done it already, the nutrition, poor nutrition condition cannot be supplemented by hormone. So I will never make such an initiative to be failed. So whatever hormone intervention we do, we have to do in a cyclic animal, and the cyclicity of animals depend on good nutrition and very good feeding. This one I will just pass by. As I said, these few studies, the number of animals are too few, but with variable consumption. Now, this is where my other message that I would like to share with you. That there are few niche markets for buffalo, but it needs a lot of work. It needs good policy, it needs the technology support, and it needs the value chain development. But before doing that, there are conditions that we need to understand. For example, total buffalo milk and milk production are too small, and they are scattered all over the country, except some coastal region. I have said it already. There is no buffalo scalable value chain. It doesn't exist yet. The fresh milk cart value chain that is common, it's very traditional in Bola, is of unknown hygienic quality, and we do not know the health risks because of unpasteurized milk. And so, what I'm saying here, except in Chattogram, people generally prefer cattle meat. And I know in Dhaka and many other metropolitan cities, the butcher sells buffalo meat, but as a cattle meat. But Chattogram people prefer buffalo meat, which can help develop a value chain. And another important point that prevents the buffalo dairy production is the dairy companies do not have a proper and transparent pricing system for the buffalo meat. So if the farmer, as you know, the 1 kilogram of buffalo meat is nearly 1.7 kilogram of cow meat. So with this amount of meat, if the farmer gets the same price for the cow meat, then the farmers will not be encouraged to produce buffalo meat. There are some way forward. So I would recommend to target, say, two niches. One is the greater Borisov for milk and dairy products, and the Chattogram for the meat value chain. Then I will build on the lesson learned from the different projects. Instead of going and reinventing the wheel, let's build on what we know and go forward. And I would also recommend to formulate a package of services and awareness program, including financial support to not only the producer but also the value chain actor to develop the market. Excuse me. So we would like to support some finisher for fattening the male and cow buffalo and targeting the Chattogram beef market. As I said already, we can set up a community-based breeding program with a certified sire and for natural breeding. This is cheaper and it is fast. We can introduce digital technology, including drones, GIS, to reach out to remote area with vaccines and emergency medicine of higher activity. And we need to prioritize the list of identified gaps by this participatory exercise I mentioned earlier by 26 gaps, pardon me, which can be prioritized and their return of investment and has to be very clear and with a very clear goal. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patient hearing. Let me stop here. Unfortunately, I am not physically there and I am not online when this presentation will be made. But if you have questions, here is my email. I'll be very happy to receive them and respond to them. Thank you so much once again for your questions.
Let's give Dr. Shamsuddin a big applause. And because I'm sorry, this was supposed to be a keynote yesterday. The duration is almost 40 minutes. As rightly said by the speaker, the questions, if you have, you can directly ask with the, on email. We are already short, so may I now request Professor Rahman to please share the moderator's recommendation.
স্যার ওখানে যাবেন গেলে ভালো হয়
You want to come here and on the rostrum?
Okay.
Professor Muhammad Mahbubur Rahman, please.
The title of first talk of first session on livestock production, global and regional perspectives. He mentioned some how strategies, objectives for better production, better life, better nutrition, better environment. And he mentioned some challenges for livestock production, such as land, climate change, antimicrobial resistance. And he mentioned some greenhouse gas emissions, that is 7.1 gigatons contribution from livestock, and some constraints or diseases like foot and mouth disease, LSD, and high hepatitis influenza. And he mentioned that having these diseases of poverty. In case of AMR, antimicrobial resistance, and he mentioned that misuse of antibiotics, and he mentioned that 700,000 people die each year. And another challenges was declining in young people participating in agriculture and livestock production. Some feed trade challenges, need to import feed and grains and produce feed and grains. So he mentioned some solution, especially milk production of animal feed. He mentioned that efficiency of straw picking must be increased. Total mix station blocks should be produced. Silage should be produced to mitigate. That means in dry seasons, and in addition, molasses urea block production for livestock production. So in addition, that livestock is population in climate season, climate change, Apollo play a key role, and we should address the challenges and in the same time consumers get a quality product. And also he mentioned about some focus on the livestock production, and we need to work with the big farmers to improve the market production. Thank you. This is the for title livestock production, global and regional.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. This is Dr. Mohammed Khatun. From a global perspective, I will go to a local perspective. Mr. Samsudin Ilyas clearly mentioned the challenges of buffalo rearing in Bangladesh condition. He clearly mentioned that buffalo there is inconsistent data. The real population presenting not really real actually. And the population is declining from 1996 to 2019, almost 51%. He mentioned the reasons for declining that it would be that the flood, cyclone, disease, grazing land scarcity, human activities, extreme weather condition, salinity, which is affecting the reproductive capacity. Also, as well as the disease condition like anthrax, black water, parasitic condition, and hemorrhagic. Mr. Samsudin also mentioned that the culture and livelihood can also motivate for adaptation strategy for buffalo products like Chicago district, they prefer buffalo meat, and some occasion like oral, they prefer the yogurt from buffalo. Also, it can be important things to popularize buffalo in this area. And we should also try to develop regulate food from the buffalo, and we should try to save some yearly land, not only allocating the land for other projects like Kutupia, utilize most of the land for the salt production. Then I am shifting to our third presenter, Professor Samsudin. He has pointed out 5 constraints for buffalo farming in Bangladesh. Those are that our livestock policy is not consistent, and greenhouse gas emission is very high, and there is fewer and scattered breedable female animals and poor technology. So to considering all these key points, Professor Samsudin has recommended some way forward that would be that we need to allocate our places like Borishal region to make it the meat pocket and Chittagong region for the meat, because those are common in those respective areas. And we should also have some financial support and packaging and awareness technology. And we should take the packaging technology for the male and the farm animals, particularly in Chittagong district, and we should have a proper feeding program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Momina. At the very end, we are lagging behind. I think we might have only 10 minutes before tea and then the next session. And by the way, it's the first presentation which I'm supposed to be speaking. Before and final sum up, I am so delighted to invite Dr. Umar Farooq Sahib. Professor Umar Farooq is also the designated president of the next Asian Buffalo Congress, which is going to take place in October, perhaps same venue, same city, for his the concluding remarks, please.
Thank you, Professor Nasim. Right? And honorable audience, especially farmer from the coastal area. I shall speak in Bengali first, then translate in English. আজকের এই সকালের অধিবেশনে এখন ধরে আমরা 3টা প্রেজেন্টেশন শুনেছি। তার মধ্যে একটা ছিল বাংলাদেশের ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জের বলে আমরা কিভাবে বাফলো ফার্মিং করবো। আমি দেখলাম প্রেজেন্টটা সেখানে কোস্টাল এলাকায় emphasis দিয়েছে নট ইন বাংলাদেশ। আমাদের তথ্যগুলো আমি দেখেছি কিছু ত্রিশালে, কিছু বাগাবাড়ি এবং কিছু নোয়াখালী। বাগাবাড়িতে আসলে মহিষ নাই, মহিষ আছে পদ্মা মেঘনা চরে, আছে ব্রহ্মপুত্র চরে, আর আছে উপকূল এলাকা। আমি প্রথমে যেটা আসবো এটা একটু যেটা আমরা পেপার থেকে পাই নাই, সেটা হচ্ছে মিয়া সাহেব যেটা বক্তব্য দিয়েছেন উপকূল এলাকায় মহিষ কমছে কেন। উনি কিন্তু ইম্পর্টেন্ট একটা কথা বলেছেন, ইকোনমিক অ্যাক্টিভিটি। আজকে মহেশখালী কুতুবদিয়া থেকে আরম্ভ করে নিজস্ব এটা কিন্তু ইকোনমিক জোন। এখানে কারখানা এবং যে ঘের আছে এখানে কোনো গরু মহিষ নাই, শুধু গরু মহিষ নাই, গরু পড়েছে কিছু না। আপনি যদি মংলার থেকে আপনি মংলা, সাতক্ষীরা, বাগেরহাট এবং টুঙ্গিপাড়ার কিছু অংশ দেখবেন শুধু সিংড়ির ঘের, এখানে কোনো গরু মহিষ নাই। এটা হচ্ছে ইকোনমিক অ্যাক্টিভিটি। কিন্তু দুঃখের সঙ্গে জানাচ্ছি বরিশাল, নোয়াখালী যে দুটো রিজন এখন আনটাচ ছিল, ইদানিং সেখানে ইকোনমিক জোন হচ্ছে, কারখানা হওয়া শুরু করেছে বিভিন্ন। যেখানে ইকোনমিক জোন থাকবে সেখানে এগ্রিকালচার হয় না, ইন্ডাস্ট্রির মধ্যে এগ্রিকালচার হয় না। কাজেই আপনারা যারা বলছেন নোয়াখালী, বরিশালের কথা, ওই সমস্ত উপকূলকে আমরা ধরি, তাহলে 1990 সালে যা ছিল এখন মাত্র 10% আছে। ইট ইজ গোয়িং টু রিডিউস ভেরি সুন। এখানে যে ব্যাপারটা আছে ক্লাইমেটের কথা, উপকূল এলাকা, এটা কিন্তু আমাদের দায়বদ্ধতা আছে। তার কারণ পরিবেশ আপনার সমতল ভূমি তো নষ্ট হয়েছে, আপনার উপকূল এলাকাও নষ্ট হয়েছে। এখন ইতিহাসে খুব মূল্যবান একটা কথা বলেছেন যে সমুদ্রে পানির উচ্চতা বাড়তেছে, এটা কিন্তু ফ্যাক্ট। আমার কাছে প্রমাণ আছে, আমি দেখেছি অতীতের তুলনায় বর্তমানে উপকূল এলাকার পানি বেড়েছে। আর আপনি বেড়েছে লবণাক্ত, সেটা কিন্তু আপনার দশর পর্যন্ত চলে এসেছে, অনেক আপনি বিস্তৃতি লাভ করেছে। লবণাক্তের একটা ইফেক্ট প্রোডাকশন এবং এনভায়রনমেন্টের হেলথের উপর আছে, সেইটা লাভ হিসেবে দেখা দিচ্ছে। যখন ওনারা বলছেন কারণ বর্ষার সময় লবণের চাপ বেশি থাকে, রাইট? শীতের সময় কম থাকে না? শীতের সময় বেশি, বর্ষার সময় কম। শীতের সময় কিন্তু ড্রিঙ্কিং ওয়াটার নেই, শুধু পশুর না মানুষের অসুবিধা হচ্ছে। তারা কিন্তু যখন বাড়ছে পশুর সাথে মানুষের অসুবিধা হচ্ছে। এখন টিউবওয়েল বসানো হচ্ছে, আমরা ডিএলএস প্রজেক্ট থেকে টিউবওয়েল দিচ্ছি ফ্রেশ ওয়াটারের জন্য, সুস্বাদু পানির জন্য, কিন্তু সেটা সলিউশন হবে না। এজন্য হবে না যদি আপনার সমুদ্রের উচ্চতা বাড়ে, পানি সবই কিন্তু তলায় হচ্ছে, ওখানে আর আপনার ফসল ফসল কিছু রাখতে পারবেন না। এইটা হচ্ছে মূল সমস্যা। পানির উচ্চতা বৃদ্ধি পাচ্ছে, ফলাইন কোন সমতল ভূমির মধ্যে চলে আসতেছে। এটা কিন্তু সার্বিক দেশের একটা সমস্যা। গভর্নমেন্ট ইজ থিঙ্কিং ট্রাইং টু সলভ। আশা করি মানুষ এবং পশু দুটো একসাথে সমাধান করবে। এখন যে বিষয়টা আসছে আমাদের সামারাইজ করি এইভাবে, এখন মূল বিষয় আসতেছে আমাদের তিন স্পিকারের মধ্যে আমাদের এখানে ডক্টর প্রথমে নাম পানি না, উনি কিন্তু বর্তমানে ওয়ার্ল্ডের মৎস্য কি অবস্থা সেটা বিশ্লেষণ করেছেন। উনি খুব ইম্পর্টেন্ট কথা তুলে ধরেছেন। একটা হচ্ছে ফিশ ক্রাইসিস কিন্তু মারাত্মক হয়ে আসছে সামনে দিকে। আমার হিসাবে ফিশ এবং ওয়াটার দুই সমস্যা হয়ে আসছে, কিন্তু কম্পিউটার ওয়াটার সমস্যা আসবে দিকের থেকে, এটা আমাদের সমস্যা। এখন 2 নম্বর হচ্ছে ইলিয়াস সাহেব যেটা বলেছে, সমস্যা আছে আমাদের দেশে, এটা আশা করি ভবিষ্যতে সমাধান হবে। লেখাটা আছে সেটা ধরেই কাজ করতে হবে। উনি যে কথাটা বলেছেন সমস্যা করতেছে, কিন্তু বাস্তব, এটা কিন্তু আমাদের ডিনাই করার উপায় নেই। তবে উনি ওনার অবজারভেশন থেকে যেটা বলেছেন সেটা আমি রিজনে বা আংশিক নোয়াখালী সেটা সঠিক আছে। অন্যান্য রিজন এখন মহিষ নাই, এখন অবজারভেশন সব শেষে আমাদের বাংলাদেশে ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জের সাথে ফার্মিং সিস্টেম কিভাবে বাড়লো এটা প্রফেসর শামসুদ্দিন সাহেব বলেছেন, উনি সঠিকভাবে উপস্থাপন করেছেন। আসলে আমাদের দেশে গবাদি পশু গ্রিন হাউস ইফেক্ট খুব একটা স্টাডি হয় না। উনি যেটা বলেছেন গ্লোবাল প্রেক্ষাপট থেকে, সেখানে আমাদের ইন্ডিভিজুয়াল বায়োফুয়েল রিসার্চের কোনো ডাটা নেই, এটা আমাদের করতে হবে। উনি একটা দিক নির্দেশনা দিয়েছেন, করতে হবে। এবং উনি ইম্প্রুভমেন্টের জন্য যে কথাগুলো বলেছেন এটা কিন্তু সত্য। তবে আপনাদের একটা সুখবর দিচ্ছে বাফেলো ব্রিডিং এর জন্য যেগুলা করতে হবে পিওর ব্রিড এবং ক্রস ব্রিড মেনটেন করা এবং তার ইনসিমিনেশন করা, এটার জন্য গভর্নমেন্ট পদক্ষেপ নিচ্ছে এবং প্রোগ্রাম হয়েছে। আমাদের জিনোটাইপ মাত্র আমাদের আংশিক যেটা জিনোটাইপ গোয়িং টু প্রডিউসিং, এবং এখানে রেকর্ডিং সিস্টেম যাতে ইন্ট্রোডিউস করা যায়, গভর্নমেন্ট হ্যাজ এগ্রিড টু ফান্ড। এটা শুধু আপনার উপকূল এলাকা না, সারা দেশের জন্য আসতেছে। তাহলে বাফেলো ব্রিডিং এর যে স্টেপ নেওয়া দরকার, আমরা পলিসি ফ্রেমওয়ার্ক করেছি, সামনে সেটা আসতেছে। অন্যান্য যে বিষয়গুলো আসছে সব ফিডের উপর, রিপ্রোডাকশনের উপর, এই দিকগুলো ফলো করতে হবে। এটা কিন্তু আমাদের ভবিষ্যতে চিন্তা করতে হবে। ল্যান্ড একটাই আছে, এখান থেকে খাবার এবং খাদ্য এবং পশু খাদ্য দুটোই তৈরি করতে হবে। নাহলে সলভ হবে না। ফাইনালি উনি যেটা কিছু বলেছেন হাই টেকনোলজির কথা, যেমন জেনোমিক সিলেকশন, ড্রোন ইউজ করা, এটা আমরা ভবিষ্যতে করবো, তবে এই মুহূর্তে এটা ফিজিবল হবে। জেনোমিক সিলেকশন একমাত্র এশিয়ায়, ছাড়া কেউ এখন শুরু করতে পারে না। ওর জন্য যে ইনফ্রাস্ট্রাকচার লাগে সেটা যদি আমরা কখনো তৈরি করতে পারি, ইনশাল্লাহ আমরা করবো। ভবিষ্যতে আশা করি করবো, তো এখন সম্ভব না। থ্যাংক ইউ। আমার এই বক্তব্য শোনার জন্য আমি একটু ইংলিশে সমাজে ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. We have three presentations today on global livestock production and their problem, the climatic effect, especially in the coastal area of Bangladesh, on the buffalo production, and the farming system of buffalo in Bangladesh under the climate change. The presenter presented their this topic very well. In just picking up some this point, Mr. Dr. Dr. Ania, he mentioned very accurately that heat is the important problem and critical problem for livestock production. It will be critical in future. So you mentioned that 70% problem is coming from the heat deficiency. Dr. Mr. Ilyas, Samsuddin Ilyas, a lot of people reaction on his presentation, but it was very interesting. He mentioned correctly, salinity is a problem in the coastal area and whole Bangladesh also, because saline zone is increasing in Bangladesh due to low flow of the fresh water nowadays. And this national problem now. Government is trying to solve this, and I hope we will solve it. Finally, Professor Samsuddin, he point out the problem of buffalo farming in Bangladesh very accurately, and he will also have some suggestions how to solve it. In-house effect investigation is very new in Bangladesh. It has not done on livestock very much. I so far I know some scientists are trying to investigate it. Reproduction is very much a management problem, not genetic problem. If the heritability is only 10%, then management effect 90%. Management system and feeding system in Bangladesh must be improved, otherwise we cannot solve it. So the producer, especially in this house, must give the attention. The production, that is reproductive efficiency, one of the key factors for successful dairy farming. Finally, also Samsuddin has suggested to make the buffalo meat pocket in Boisha and buffalo meat pocket in Sitagar. This is his suggestion good, but we have information. The government is thinking for the country as a whole, not a small area. So this program is being taken, and we shall develop the Buffalo Milk and Meat Marketing System collectively. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Farooq. And this brings to the close of session. We will be meeting after 15 minutes. We are delayed. I apologize on behalf of the organizers because of slight change in the program. We have to shift. We meet again after 15 minutes after tea break. And let's take a final big applause for all the presenters, the question answers, the participants, the rapporteurs, and us too. Thank you.
আমরা 15 মিনিটের মধ্যে আবার চলে আসবো এখানে। That means আমাদের 11:30টায় আবার আমরা বের হব। আর সাংবাদিক স্যার আমাদেরকে রিকোয়েস্ট করেছে যে আপনাদের যদি কোনো প্রশ্ন থাকে তাহলে এটা রিটেন ফর্মে আমাদের অর্গানাইজেশনের কাছে যদি জমা দেন আর কি। তাহলে আমরা পরবর্তীতে আগামী কাল কোনো একটা সেশনে স্যারের প্রশ্ন আনসার গুলো নিয়ে বসবো।
and development work in buffalo. So therefore, I had specially requested Dr. Mizan to invite him for this conference so that he would also be able to narrate, from the point of view of an organization, how buffalo, development needs to be supported. So much of work which I am going to talk today, I start, working in that organization with the farmers. So first thing, what I did, as a dean of the college, when I found out after visit to Brazil that, you need not have a Taiwan, farm where animals are tied 24 hours of the time. As you can see here, I'm showing you some systems, from India only. This is a farm from RA colony in Mumbai. It's, the animals are brought and tied for life. It will not come out of. There are some farms where they will leave the animal twice, for 15 minutes for drinking water. Otherwise, they are always tied. And you can see the floor is of cement concrete. Where the animals are tied, so he has to, the animal has to, pass dung and urine and sit there only. So his body will be totally soiled with dung. And then what the farmer will do, will spend 1 hour morning washing the animal, another 1 hour washing the floor. So lots of use of water. And if you see the cleanliness index of the animal, the entire, hind part is soiled. Animal sitting with udder on the, tongue, on urine, and then, we'll talk about, control of tonsillitis. Not going to happen because every time the, sea filter is open to infections. Another problem, with this kind of, housing system is animal is not able to express normal sexual behavior. And then we keep on blaming that buffalo is a silent, it doesn't communicate properly, it has got longer, all these problems start from how you house the animal. If the housing of the animal is not comfortable, if animal is in stress 24 hours standing, if you collect blood sample from this animal, you'll find their cortisol level is 3 to 4 times higher than normal animal which is kept loose. Another problem which we always, talk to the farmer and you tell them, let the animal loose. First thing is they will fight. And I say that it is humans who fight and not the animals who fight. Animals do not fight. They are aggressive when you tie them. They are group animals, and I give them a simple example. You leave your animals for grazing? They say yes. Entire village animals come for grazing at one area? Yes. Why don't they fight? Why only your animals kept here? You suspect that they will be fighting. So the message here is these are all group animals. They have their own language. They communicate with each other. If you isolate them and if you tie them forever, they will not give you the right amount of milk. We have seen number of farms we have converted from tie to the loose farm. Without doing anything, 15 to 20% milk will increase. The fertility will increase. The consumption rate will increase. So this I always say is a very basic intervention, but very difficult to implement. It took me 1 year to crack down and have the first, loose farm with the farmer. You have to be very consistent. So the first thing which I did was I converted my own college farm. This is what happens. We don't do it ourselves, and we go to farmer and start telling them, you do this thing, you do this thing. So I converted my own college farm, and then I came to Mr. Vishwas. I said, let us also have one more farm like this in your area, and then we will have another model farm, which can be developed and people can come and see. So that is how we started. So for 6 months I studied, how are the problems when I lose the animals. Another thing, with loose farm will be milk quality will increase. We always talk of milk quality, high bacterial count. These are all because you are tying the animal. Once you do not tie the animal, let them loose and have a good flooring. For flooring also we have developed certain systems which I will explain. Those are all earth-based systems. We don't follow cement concrete. See, cement concrete is being followed in Western countries, but they put on that, some straw to keep it dry. The animal housing has to be dry. That is the basic thing. If you don't have a dry housing system, your animals will have respiratory infections, they will have mammary infections, uterine infections, so all kinds of bacterial and viral infections are there. And I have got list of farms, from Maharashtra, where they have absolutely solved most of these problems only because of one basic intervention, that they have converted their farm not from the point of view of the farmers, but from the point of view of animals. What happens, whenever you think of, having a housing for animals, you always think of, from your point of view, this will be dirty, that will be, this will be a problem. You don't look at from the point of view of what is the need of the animal. And there are a lot of documentation already available on what is cow comfort, what should be the housing for the cow comfort or the buffalo comfort, and I think we should follow that. One thing which comes up very prominently is milk quality increases, and this has been done by SLA University. We had these farms, and a team from SLA University came to Chitale Dairy, and they conducted a survey of milk quality from those farms which were tight and the farms which were loose on earth floor, and they find that the milk quality was much higher. So this is a simple solution. What I tell to the farmer, you can have a loose house with whatever is available at your place. You don't have to really invest, lakhs and millions of rupees on animal housing. That is all for Western countries where the climate is, very intense. Where we have enough of sunlight, where we have good earth and drainage. If we do not have a good, and whatever woods are available, you can simply have. You can see here these buffaloes. They are quite comfortable sitting, and you can see that every buffalo has got, and every animal has got a different orientation of sitting properly, salivating, then rumination. If you are tying them, all those functions are gone. So therefore, their digestivity will decrease because they are not ruminating properly, and then their eating, time is also reduced because you are feeding them only twice. So what we tell them here is that let loose them, and 24 hours water, 24 hours water. That will solve even the labor problem. You can see here, even large farms, and there are farms who have converted their housing by spending only 5,000 rupees. Whatever wood is available, they have just had a compound, and then earth floor which is properly laid down, and animals are loose, and they are quite comfortable. You can see even comparatively their cleanliness index is also very high, because they are known to sit at very dry and clean place. So whenever they sit, they will not sit. And then another thing is, because it is open to sky, it gets dry. Even the climate we are talking about, fermentation of aerobic and anaerobic fermentation of manure outside is also reduced, and dry land will also not breed flies. So fly population is less, related problem is less, and farmer is going to collect and live done every 15 days to 1 month. So labor is down. So they work only 22 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the evening. If they have around 20 to 25 thousand buffaloes. So these are some of the innovative ideas which the farmers have done themselves. So there are areas where we have large number of such. So the way we implement this, we pick up a farmer in a village who is forward looking, and we support them so that he converts and becomes a model farm. See, animal husbandry extension is slightly different than agriculture extension. In case of animal husbandry, people are so attached to their animals, they don't want to do anything new for fear that it will harm their animals. But you will always find 1 or 2 persons who are forward looking, who are ready to implement your idea, to convert that, and then others will come and see, and then they'll start talking, oh, it is good, they are not fighting, so I can also convert. So that's how the extension spreads. These are 2 housing systems, which has been recommended by FAO. One is for high rainfall area, where you can have full roof, and another is 1/3 or 1/4 area can be converted into roof area, where animals can go and sit if it is very intense sun. But I have always found that even that 1/3 area is always vacant. Animals will always like to sit outside and enjoy sun. So that is how the first intervention we have done, and it has solved lots of our problems. So very basic thing, you'll say, I'm coming from India to an international conference and talking about something which is very basic and non-technology. This is quite old technology because our earlier farmers, forefathers, were not tying their animals. This has come from from the era when we started importing, Holstein, Friesian, and Jersey cows. So the scientists came also brought their own housing systems, and then we converted, our system to their system. So that is how we the problem. Earlier, we were only milking the cows and letting them loose outside, and then in the evening they used to come. So they were always loose outside. But then, even in intense farming, we have converted them into fibers, which has created lots of problems. The second problem is good fiber quality, good fiber quality, which is extremely important for animals. Physiologically, they are fodder eaters. Their digestive system is meant for fiber and not for grains. And because we have bred them and we will want more milk, that's why now we have started feeding them grains, which is detrimental to the rumen fermentation. It produces a lot of acidity and lots of problems. So therefore, you have to focus on fodder, and as earlier someone has rightly pointed out, that if you have got a farm, 70% of your focus should be on fodder development and 30% on animals. And if you are able to do that, then you can produce milk with a very, very cost effectively. We have done a lot of work on silage, and when we started working, and I found out what is the problem, why farmers are not accepting silage, and then I found out that the basic problem was space availability, the investment on silo, towers and other things. So we developed along with Dairy a very simple method, which has also provided portability to silage. So you can make silage at one place, and you can also have. And this is an activity which can be done with small farmers. Of course, there are balers and all those mechanizations are available. We have got a very simple, plastic bag from 500 kg to now around 2 ton kg. These bags are available. We have developed some inner liners which can be changed. So one bag can be repeatedly used for 6 to 7 times. You need to only change the liners. So this is again a very simple technology, and it has become a business now in India. In Maharashtra itself, there are more than 500 people who are manufacturing this bag and you supply. And there are around 100 companies which have come forward, including the Reliance company, which is producing silage and transporting to urban areas. So this is another important activity which can be taken up in Bangladesh. The third, which I'll cover very briefly for another 2-3 minutes, but in my later lecture, I will be focusing more on this because Dr. Shamsuddin has also talked about this. We have been, along with Chitra Daily, working on different ICT, information and communication technology systems, suitable for small food. So this is an entire system, which has been developed, and we have around 2 million cows and buffaloes on the system. Those are all milking and breeding cows and buffaloes, where digitally all animals are ear tagged, and that ear tagging is done with QR coded tags. So that was the system which we developed way back in 2012, and that was the first time QR code was used, not only for downloading the information but also for uploading the information. So the system is very simple. You have an ear tag which, instead of linear barcode, have a QR code. So when an AI technician goes, he will have to scan with the app, which is also a hard, data recording app plus scanner. So he has to scan, and then once he scans, the animal's file gets opened. He has to, if he is doing insemination, automatically that insemination farm opens because the system knows that today is the day where insemination is to be done. All he has to do is select the semen sire which is being used and then upload. So there you have got a template where the AI technician cannot sit at home and find the data. He has to go near the animal and scan, because otherwise he cannot send the data, and the data goes simultaneous to all the stakeholders. And the data is analyzed at the central server system, and then it is shared by all the stakeholders. So this is a simple system, and I think we are going to talk about this when I visit Chittagong University. We have a meeting with Honorable Vice Chancellor and other officers of the university, and let's see, we can have a small pilot project in that area where we can have even buffaloes and cattle. So with this, I take your view and I'll welcome if there are few questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Abdul Samad, for your informative presentations. Now, floor is open for questions. Please take microphone and mention your name and the question. First, please.
Thank you very much. I was really enjoying the presentation of have mentioned some points that I really appreciate and support. That is, we should not tie our animals. We should allow them limited freedom. That will not only improve their health, but also other health and productivity. Now, my question is, in India, how do you manage the artificial insemination practice in buffalo? That's my first question. So, because we here are suffering from many problems related to buffalo breeding. That's number one. And number two, do you supply the buffalo with very different types of fodder or forage that you find best or best suitable for the buffaloes? That's two questions that I have. I am Professor Dr. Raihan Habib from Bangladesh Agricultural University, Department of Dairy Science. Thank you very much.
You said animals should be given some freedom. I'll say full freedom, not some freedom. They should be given absolute freedom to have 20 hours water availability 24. So what we are doing is we are feeding them when we have time. We are giving them water when we feel that they should be given water. Whereas physiologically, if you see these animals being ruminant, they require feeding 6 to 8 times in a day and equal times of water intake. Their physiology is that they would be fermentating and digesting the feed, and then every 2 hours or 3 hours, a part of it will go to intestine. They'll feel hungry and then again they'll eat. So they need to come and eat small quantity repeatedly, and after eating, they should go and lie down and then ruminate. And while rumination, there should be enough of salivation so that your fermentation, that rumen remains healthy. And the sign there is that while ruminating, lot of saliva should come. Then you know that the digestion process is normal. And that you will find if you convert them into this kind of system where you allow them to sit, and lie down comfortably, they would be digesting their feed. We have done a study where the Taiwan, tongue was analyzed for feed residues versus the juice housing, and we find around 30 to 35% of the grains that are fed to animals, and even the particles, the powder particles which are more than 0.75 or 1 meter size, 30% will come out of tongue. You can do it yourself. It's very simple thing.
Artificial insemination.
Yeah. And the second is, the same AI technician who is doing insemination for cow is also doing for buffaloes. So he'll carry both the buffalo semen as well as cow semen. Here, the most critical and important factor is semen quality. Semen quality assurance in case of buffaloes is slightly difficult to maintain, and therefore it is the company you should choose for cement. Who is able to supply you a very good quality cement, because the motility in the sperm after freezing and again thawing is different. I'm sure there are other animal reproduction people around here, they would be able to throw more light on it. But from field point of view, this is what we find. And another thing, what we are doing through this system, we are also sending alerts to the farmers. So that window of 3 to 4 days where the animal is going to be coming in heat is already known to farmers. So he is asked to go and check whether his animal is in heat. And if it is in heat, all he has to do is push a button and the message will go to the AI technician as well as to the vet, attending vet, that there is this cow of this farmer who is going to be in heat, and he has requested for the insemination.
Dr. Savar, this is in case you have the data. Someone in the lab is actually suggesting that this buffalo cow should be on heat on this day. But situation here is different. We do not have. So what do you, that's what you are asking for.
See, in any case, in any case,
yeah.
That's one of the challenges.
Yeah.
After we detect the heat, then we go for the insemination. But the buffalo is mostly silent heat core. So how efficiently you manage this? Because I know that India has managed.
No, that's right. Whether you have digital or non-digital, it is the observation of the farmer which is important. He will observe the heat, and then only he will either call through his mobile, because he knows the AI technician, that please come and do the examination, and he'll come. There are large number of also parameters, who are also moving around, and they will also find out if animal is in heat, they'll come and do insemination. So we have a very long army of inseminators.
Okay, now Professor Dr. Farooq sir, please sir.
Thank you. I first appreciate Professor Samal for the nice presentation. The problem you have mentioned also prevail in Bangladesh. And my comment is, if you go to western part of India, the farmers are more organized and the livestock is more developed there. If you come to eastern part of India, like Bihar, West Bengal, Assam, the situation is set in Bangladesh. The difference we have 95% dairy buffalo still in nomadic system and transhuman system. This is the problem, management system. You are talking about household farming. But our dairy farm is still 95% in nomadic and transhuman system. So what we have done, we have now the policy, farmer and government, if they start dairy farming, they must practice loose housing system. Government has taken this policy recently, and you will get the information in field level soon. But my main concern, the support farmer for the precision farming, that is data processing and recording and processing. It is the problem in the transhuman and nomadic system, because the cowboy, they are not literate. There are so many farmers here, they don't look after the buffalo. Buffalo is reared by the illiterate person, and very difficult communication. This can be applied for the household farming system. But most of the buffalo is still in the non-household system, without communication and without literacy. So my suggestion to stay, this is fit for the household farming. And for the nomadic system and transhuman system, we have decided to transit it from this system to household system, but it will take some time. In the cattle, some farmers are practicing this recording system, I know. For buffalo, we have now, the government has taken the step, it will come to effective from the zone, that every Upazila level will set a data recording system for the buffalo. Well, that is, I want to say that we have accepted this philosophy and we will proceed near future for this, for the household buffalo.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you very
sir.
much.
Thank you, sir. Now,
My
one question.
You have any solution for the transshipment and nomadic system for recording?
You see, as I had said, very early that, this is the system which we are using in India. So I do not know where it will be applicable in Bangladesh, how it will be, that is, you all have to sit and decide.
Okay, one question more.
But, one moment, there are two things, which need to be done. One is, initially, when we wanted to start tagging and animal identification, myself and Mr. Vishwas Chitne and his father, we went to the Agriculture Ministry and convinced them that we need to have this system of traceability, otherwise we will not be able to develop our livestock. And after 10 years, it has become a reality, it has become a national mission. So the first thing which they did was appoint a animal identification and recording authority. So National Dairy Development Board in the country is the authority which gives unique numbers. Because if you want to give unique numbers, there has to be an authority who will give a unique number which will never be repeated. That is first thing. Second thing is, now government has come out with a policy that unless animal is tagged, no truck will accept for transport. Animal cannot be sold in the market without a tag. So identification has become a necessity from the policy point of view of Government of India, and then slowly it will be spreading out. And when it comes to loose housing and silage, for both, government has started giving incentive, and even the dairy cooperatives also give incentive. I know there are cooperatives will give 25,000 rupees if a farmer is ready to transform from the current housing system to the loose house. So these are the things which will work in the interest of the farmers.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, sir, I want to make a question. Sorry.
Farmer.
আসসালামু আলাইকুম, আদাব। আমি ফয়সাল বলছি। আমার ডেইরি ফার্ম ছিল 2008 সালে। তো আমি 4-5 বছর করার পরে দেখা গেল কি আমার ফার্মটা বন্ধ করে দিয়েছি, 2 বছর বন্ধ ছিল। এরপর আমি নতুন করে আবার 2017-16 সালে শুরু করি। শুরু করার পরে আমি দেখলাম যে বিভিন্ন ট্রেনিং এ যাওয়ার পরে দেখলাম যে আমার আগের যে ফার্ম ছিল তার 100% অত রং ছিল, প্রযুক্তিগত সবকিছু। আমি চিন্তা করলাম, চ্যালেঞ্জ নিলাম যে আমি 100% সফল হওয়ার জন্য যদি বাংলাদেশে যদি একজন লোক সফল হয় সেখানে আমি কেন থাকবো না, সেই চেষ্টা করে আমি আপডেট বিজ্ঞানসম্মত ফার্ম করার চেষ্টা করছি। করার পরে আমি ইনশাল্লাহ এখন 90% পর্যন্ত আপডেট করছি বিজ্ঞানসম্মত যা করার থাকি করার জন্য। এর একটা কথা গুরুত্বপূর্ণ ভাই, যে কথাটা বলছিলেন যে আসলে আমরা হিটে আসার জন্য সফটওয়্যার ব্যবহার করবো, অনেক কিছু আপডেট করার দরকার ছিল। কিন্তু ছেড়ে গরু পাইলে অনেক অভিজ্ঞতা চলে আসে। যখন আমরা গরুটা ছাড়ি বা মহিষটা ছাড়ি পালে তখন দেখা যাবে যে ওইটার হিট মুভমেন্ট গুলো আমরা বুঝতে পারি। তো যখন বাধা থাকে তখন এটা বোঝা সম্ভব না। আর আমি স্যারের আমার মূল প্রশ্ন যেটা, সেটা হলো যে আপনারা যে কথাটা বলছেন ওই ট্যাবলেটটা আছে, এটা দিলে গরু ফুল হিস্টোরি পাওয়া যায়। আমি এটা ইয়েতে দেখছি, দেশের উত্তরবঙ্গে চালু হয়েছে। আমরা সরকারিভাবে বা বেসরকারিভাবে কিভাবে পেতে পারি এবং টাকাগুলি কিভাবে আমরা সংরক্ষণ করার জন্য যে সফটওয়্যার গুলি ওটা সরকারিভাবে অথবা বেসরকারিভাবে কিভাবে পেতে পারি, এটা আপনাদের মাধ্যমে আমার প্রশ্ন।
Okay, thank you so much. What he was asked, that he had some problem with his farming because he wasn't used to the technological things. Now he has adjusted those issues. Now he is asking how can he actually use this precision farming technology using those tech systems. Whether this is possible here. আপনি কোথেকে এসেছেন? আপনার ফার্মটা কোথায়? This in Wakali, it's before Chino. Yeah.
You see, what we are planning, I mean, it's still, from my side, we have to discuss with the university, how it is to be implemented. So my idea is to work with the university have a data center in the university and start a small project, let's say with 5,000 animals registered, and the AI technicians who are working in the area to be, can be trained, and establish around 5 to 10 model farms where we can showcase all these technologies, like, silage making, there are very good varieties of cotton available. So how to cultivate them, how to cut them, and then how to make silage out of that, straw treatment if it is needed. Everything to be, demonstrated over there, and then bring other farmers of the nearby area to those farms, because they usually, believe after seeing and discussing with their own peers and not with you. If you are more educated, if I am a PhD, they will listen to me less than another farmer, who has practiced, because he will always think he has got a very wide idea. He'll come and suggest anything which may work or which may not work. They are not very open. Model, farms, work extremely well.
I think to accommodate the last one, but it is to be very precise that we already passed 5 minutes. Okay, thank you, thank you. So, thank you, Mr. Savar, and let us give a few hands to him. Thank you. Now, may I request Professor Dr. Nasib Ahmed, the Black Gold of Pakistan contribution in national meat demand and food security. Professor Ahmed. And you chaired a few minutes ago, so you know the time. We have 50 minutes for you and 10 minutes for our questions and answers.
Thank you, worthy chair. At the outset, I'm so grateful to all of you for keeping me in the loop. And particularly, I would like to mention Professor Mizanur Rahman, who went out of the way and trying to get all the paperwork done and me to be physically present. I'm delighted to be part. I always say that I'm a Buffalo lover and a student. I'm still learning. Thanks for Iman and the donors for organizing this wonderful workshop. In next about 15 to 20 minutes, what I'm going to share is, there are too many slides, more than 30, but just highlight some of the messages. We take pride in mentioning black gold buffalo. And of course, the food security is now becoming a global issue and very ably highlighted by our colleague in the first talk. And in the next slides, we will try to the livestock or the buffalo products. Primarily, they are two, the milk and meat. Let's move on to the sequence. I will be talking. And by the way, on the right side, you could see the picture of my institution in Lahore. It's now called as University of Veterinary and Animal Sciences, Lahore. I would encourage all of you to please visit virtually through our website. It is one of the oldest veterinary education institutions in this Asian region. We'll quickly go through one slide, the historical perspective of buffalo. Then we will be talking about some facts and figures. Of course, our Pakistan's perspective, what is happening with milk production, meat production, and then few slides I have of research and development done in buffalo, and some of the national and international initiatives taken by the government of Pakistan, which has impacted the lives of buffalo farming community. So they are the ideas for your government, for your academia, for your farmers to put forward, and maybe there is a good chance that the milk and meat production initiatives, see, all the government initiatives do not result in high impact. So that is, I would like to mention some of the success stories in the way forward. Let's move on. The historical perspective is that it is, I am not sure if you have heard Mohenjo-daro, thousands of years ago. This is a place in southern part of Pakistan, Sindh, which has the seals of buffalo. So buffalo has been in this region over the centuries. And also Aine Akbari, a very authentic writing, again hundreds of years ago, also mentioned about the buffalo, the swamp buffalo in this continent. As we all know and take pride that the buffalo is an Asian animal, and right now, I think with facing challenges, I don't want to use the word of extinction because of the climate change and competition with cows. The Asia hosts 90%, 98% of the buffaloes, America, Africa, Europe, we know Brazil, we know Italy, we know, but they are teeny fractions of what we have in this region. Within Asia, India, as we all know, is the leading buffalo country with about 62% or 113 million buffalo, followed by Pakistan, 45 million, and China is upcoming very aggressively with 24 million population. Within Pakistan, we have 5 provinces, and Punjab, which is the agriculturally most vibrant province, hosts most of the buffalo, about 64%. And Neeli Ravi is the dairy type. Originally, they used to be Neeli was different, Ravi was different, but due to mixing, one had the meat trade, the other had the Neeli had the dairy trade. Now it is all mixed. And in our native Urdu, we call Panch Kalyan, phenotypic characteristics. Kundi is in southern part of Pakistan, a little small Surti, also a typical of India, is found in some parts of the Pakistan, some specimens of Murad, and in northern Pakistan, Azakeli is the breed. The significant milestones in buffalo, production, if we talk about 61% of milk right now produced in Pakistan is coming from buffalo. And very interestingly, we every year have milk competitions, and the highest milk production recorded by the first winner in just last year, it was 50.3 liter in 36 hours, which include 3 milking. You have to empty the udder. And most interestingly, if we take on the meat production side, this beast has the ability to grow or gain about 1,000 grams, 1 kilogram per day. So this is the beauty that if we provide a good feed, this can result into an excellent meat. And so, as rightly said, selection has to be done for, high milk production and traits for better growth. I perfectly agreed with Professor Farooq this morning that all the Asian livestock is 50% quantitatively and qualitatively undernourished. Their body condition is not there. Feeding is the main worry. How could we do it? Everyone know, and our colleagues earlier, Professor Savar also mentioned some of the issues, particularly in reproduction, and also said earlier by Professor Shamsuddin in his recorded talk. The national contribution, there are just simple statistics, 40,000 tons annually is milk produced, out of which 32 million metric tons is consumed. Meat consumption is 820 tons, and hides are also, in sufficient quantity. Leather used to be an outstanding industry, but with all the, environment and laws and regulations, it's now depleting again, reaffirming over the years. If you see, buffalo contributes more in milk production than cows overall. And the down graph shows that they, in 12 months of the year, there is demand and supply fluctuation in milk. In summertime, there is a lean period. The demand is very high, and the opposite is case. It's due to the fodder shortage and seasonality of breeding and calving in buffaloes all over the world. We have tackled that through synchronization very effectively. But again, I would endorse in the morning session that synchronization can only be done where there is a sufficient body condition, unless otherwise we are wasting money. Again, a slide showing the milk composition and against the buffalo. And the point here is that buffalo milk and meat has to be marketed separately to attract. The proteins are higher in buffalo milk, the fat is almost double, the cholesterol is less, the calcium is higher. What else we need? So if we can market, like our colleague Vishwas Sahab yahan baithe hain, last night we were discussing, they are marketing buffalo milk separate. So I think that economically, the producer, if get the reward, that would be excellent. Again, please let me know, Dr. Chaudhary, when the time is over, and I will just stop and will invite more questions. Just a message that the meat production is very traditional. If we look in the left panel, 50% are not ideal animals. I don't want to call culled old animal disposed. Majority, 50%. And another 40% calves which are slaughtered are in subsistence and male calves. 7% now there is a commercial fattening, feedlot fattening programs are getting growth, and there is also corporate feedlot fattening. Again, I would attribute this to the government policy and program where they chipped in about 7 billion rupees in 15 years. And that has resulted now that past 10 years, the feedlot fattening, both in cow and buffalo, is growing, and the meat exports, in spite of the fact that we have FMD, this is growing and has more and more chances. Meat composition, I don't want to go into the details, is also available. Again, I would shift to as we all know, that majority of buffalo in India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh are owned by small farmers, and we have to take care of them. And the slogan should be to transform those subsistence farmers to the commercial farming. So in Pakistan, we have touched 9 million farmers, about 35 million people are engaged. Family size of the farm size is 3 to 5, and the household is 5 to 7. Some of the pictures mentioned, and the milk production is not more than 4 to 5 liters. So this big chunk of buffalo producers has to be taken care, one or the other way. Commercialize it, okay, but I would like to share some of the success story with Australian aided project for last 15 years and 1 or 2 slides. So when we have to improve the production of a small farmer, extension is the key word. Now it has been replaced with the innovation system, or the best thing we found was the whole family extension approach. In all this region, the women are the 70% of the livestock chores are done by our women, and communicating with them, they are feeding, they are cleaning, they are treating even, they are milking. So I think women empowerment, we need to have more veterinary assistants, doctors, and who has a passion to go out in the field and talk to we observe that the adaptability, whatever message you tell to the farmer, if you talk to him alone, the male guy, it's not going to work. But if you involve the family, the boys, you make some competitions of calf rearing or some other, then the adaptability is much higher. And we saw that this impacted into about 25% enhancement in the meat and milk production with the whole family approach. It has all been published and very much appreciated. Another, access to the market, right? At that spot for our small producers, particularly, I wish I could speak in Bangla, but there are so many ideas. We have tried in Pakistan, and some of them have resulted. Like Professor Samad was mentioning, we could have urea molasses block right at the small farmer, community base. We could have milk market, mineral mixture, even feed mill, silage making, even gardening and value chain and calf raising. All these have been practiced and adopted well in our registered farmers in this project. Beef value chain, traditional setup and improved setup, we see that there is a 40% enhancement in the meat as compared to the traditional setup. I'm not going to go into the details, otherwise women empowerment, I already mentioned, I just skipped, and my own work on synchronization in the Department of Geology, working with commercial farms, with small farms. Last almost 20 years of work has been summarized, is published in peer-reviewed journals, and the message is that the fixed time insemination, synchronization. It's all possible for buffaloes provided that the body condition is good. Timing of insemination was much asked. We did number of studies, and timing of ovulation is 12 hours late. We call AM or PM rule for buffaloes. It is all published, and all people are encouraged to see some of these very practical information we have. Again, synchronization out of breeding season with progesterone has been shown to work very well. Let's move on to the new technologies, reproductive biotechnologies, or in vitro embryo production. We in our own university, in our department, focused this, and we developed this embryology laboratory in the private sector as well. I was mentioned as excellent participants from Maharashtra here. They are leading, but at a decent scale. This in vitro embryo production in Pakistan, in dairy and buffalo has started very late, but it is growing with great interest. We already have. I'm not going to. I think I'll skip this ovum pickup, and perhaps Professor Mizan has given me a responsibility to have another presentation exclusively on reproduction, so we can show that video. The message is that in Bangladesh, if you want, you cannot. So R&D is the first thing. Okay, small farmer is also important, but you cannot be left alone. So if you want to have, if India can do in a private sector, if Pakistan can be a late starter, why not the communities be benefited with these technologies? It looks bookish. I myself was a hard critic, but now we are seeing things happening with our own. We produced 4 Sahiwal cows, 1 twin. We did same thing in Holstein Friesian, because Vishwas, if you import a Holstein cow, 15 lakh rupees ki aati hai, Pakistan rupees. And this we got, very cheap, perhaps some thousands. So, the now buffalo, I would also mention some of the initiatives. I already mentioned this beef initiative, where the government is providing subsidy of 6,000, and with the evidence and everything which has resulted. And same in Bangladesh, the free technical support, deworming, vaccination is the responsibility by the services are done by the government, and production of meat and value-added products, I think, is the next future. There was another project. This is the part of the same project, the pig wheel production. And also, I would like to mention that our neighboring country, China, has shown a great interest to import buffalo embryos, and they already have imported about 800, 1,000 embryos, and more than 200 calves, Nili Ravi calves, now have been born in mainland China, some of the southern provinces like Guangxi. So things are in private sector happening at a very fast rate, and it is all the commercial driver. Also, I was mentioning that China is interested with the dry buffalo milk powder. Again, In Pakistan, we have FMD prevalent. We cannot directly export. So there are legislation, both countries, but they can be modified if there is a heat treated meat, dried powder milk, or even embryos. Okay, I think time is up, so I'll just rush through the pictures and thank you.
Thank you. I think it is a very illuminating story of the Pakistan buffalo history right from the very beginning of the Mohenjo-daro up until now, export up to the Chad. Now, I think please bear with us. We'll take question, but some of our friends is waiting in the Italy, anxiously, then they are waiting. We'll take that one, and then we'll come back to the last one on the Nepal presentation. Can I have that online presentation, please? Professor Dr. Domenico Riccio is the head of the Department of Animal Science and Welfare, Instituto de Profilitico.
Good morning. Thank you very much to stay here today, and thank you to the organizing committee for the possibility to talk about our work on buffalo production system in Italy. A particular thanks for Professor Nizen, Shu, and all the people that organized this very interesting course. I'm very sorry not to be able to be there with you, but I'm sure that is only the first of many opportunities to meet us and talk about buffalo. Today we talk about buffalo production in Italy, and in particular about some aspects of the system, including milk production, animal welfare, and biosafety in buffalo farm, evaluated by a risk assessment methodology. Well, my name is Domenico Vecchio, and I work as head of animal science and animal welfare unit of the Istituto Zooprofilattico Sperimentale del Mezzogiorno. The Istituto Zooprofilattico is a public level healthcare public managerial, technical, and administrative autonomy, which operate within the National Health Service in the field of hygiene and veterinary public health as a technical scientific instrument of the state and the regions Campania and Calabria, with very federal section in almost all provinces. The Istituto Zooprofilattico provides its service for the Ministry of Health, the competent authority, and the breeders and the producer of the origin, the consumer, and the vet. The institute provides technical scientific operation support for the development of veterinary policy action, for the implementation of prophylaxis, and for the eradication plan for disease of domestic and wild animals, for health and defense and improve action of animal production, and for veterinary pharmacovigilance in close collaboration with the veterinary service and local health authority. Another aspect of the Istituto Zooprofilattico is the research activity developed on various fronts in collaboration with other institutes and with the university, national and international collaboration, and give rise to a large scientific production in the sector of animal health, food hygiene, and environmental protection. The National Reference Center on Hygiene and Technology of Buffalo Breeding and Production, established by permission of the Ministry of Health on 2002, and intended through the provision of technical scientific assistance service and specialized laboratory activities for the promotion and enhancement of buffalo species and its production. Well, in the next 30 minutes, we will try to make some consideration on the following points referring to the breeding of buffalo system. and in particular the distribution and the number of buffalo in the world in Italy, the productivity and traceability of buffalo milk system, and another interesting aspect represented by animal welfare and biosecurity evaluation in buffalo species by risk assessment methodology. It is a tool of our Ministry of Health development in the last year.
Can I just
the agriculture industry have been made more complex in the last years. Some aspects, animal welfare, the consumption growth, biosafety, as well as the health risk associated with them, are becoming increasingly interconnected, thus necessitating an integrated approach. In this framework, the Italian Ministry of Health has worked to a series of innovation to permanently change the aspect of animal health. Therefore, the challenge of the future is to start a process of implementation and development of this innovation system. Today, we have tools that allow us to accompany farmers in this path of sustainability. Our work is try to conjugate these poles that just apparently are in contrast. And the goal is to obtain the economic sustainability of the farm by the protection of food safety in respect of the environment and animal welfare. This is possible if we valorize the level of animal welfare and sustainability as an intrinsic value of the product. So, in these scenarios, why talk about buffalo? The buffalo, Bubalus bubalis, water buffalo, is included as genera of the family of bovine, with another 8 genera. In the Bubalus genera, we see the subgenera Bubalus bubalis, or water buffalo, that is divided into two types of buffalo, river and swan. River with 50 chromosomes and swan with 48 chromosomes. The two distinct types, river and swan, descend from different wildcats in water buffalo Bubalus population that diverged some 900,000 years before present and then evolved in separate geographical regions. After domestication in western region of the Indian subcontinent, the river buffalo spread west as far as Egypt, Balkans, and Italy. We can observe a very evident morphological variation in water buffalo breed. For example, in the swan animal or in the river, animal represented by Mediterranean, Mura, Nilirabi, Japarabati. Like we can observe some buffalo breeds worldwide, and in particular, they anatomically different. In the Bubalus bubalis type of river, we can enumerate Mediterranean buffalo, Mura, Jafarabadi, Nilirabi too, and we can observe other types as well. Carabao and Bufalipso, that is bred in Trinidad, Tobago, and actually in Mexico too. The domestication of the buffalo species dates back to around 3000 before Christ in Indus Valley and around 2400 for the average of Mesopotamian China. And we have some repair to comprove this hypothesis. A very interesting repair is the Acadian cylinder cell and the impression of Sharkali Shari, king of Akkad, and that represents the hero Gilgamesh, kneeling and holding with both hands a spherical shaped wells and the buffalo in the action of watering two buffalo. This map showing the proposal dispersal pattern of both river and swan buffalo. The dashed indicate early and independent migration route that may have led river buffalo in Europe, for example. And we arrive at an actual time. The buffalo represent today a very interesting species in constant growth and a very potential resource to optimize the production of food of animal origin in tropical and subtropical region, as most of the discussed. We consider this data on farm. The world milk production, the milk was fresh from buffalo and for we can see that the production increased between 2011 and 2021 of 43.4% in buffalo and just for 20.8% in cow, with a very large difference of this process. Globally, in terms of the quantity of milk produced, the buffalo is the second species with more than 15% of milk produced on the total milk of the world, which in some continents such as Asia can account for up to 35% of the total produced. This is the current count on buffalo milk production worldwide. And we can see that in Europe, for example, the 96.8% of buffalo milk is produced in Italy. Well, in the past, in Italy too, the buffalo was used as triple purpose species, milk, meat, and work, especially in some areas of Campania and Lazio region. Up until the unification in Italy, farming and manufacturing of buffalo product in southern Italy was in continuous expansion. And this is one of the first brilliant examples of the dairy industry with a short supply chain in Europe. So the buffalo performed an important socioeconomic role because of their present vast area that becomes swampland due to the disease, but were no longer abandoned. But gradually, the farming system went from extensive and semi-extensive to the intensive on one of today. So today in our country, intensive system, the first type of farm buffalo is focused on milk production for the transformation in mozzarella cheese. Here we can see some important milestones for buffalo breeding system in Italy. In 1977, a stock book for buffalo was instituted and a project to control were introduced. Then in 1979, the National Association of Buffalo Species was established and recognized in the 1994 by the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry Policy. In 1981, the consortium of mozzarella cheese, PDO, was established. And in 1996, the mozzarella produced in a limited district in Italy reached a special protected designation of origin, PGO, and certificate as mozzarella di bufala campana with this mark. And in 2000, the ministerial decree recognized the buffalo registered in the herd book belong to their own breed, defined as Italian Mediterranean buffalo. Well, some number of the buffalo population in Italy. In Italy, we have 435,000 heads of buffalo that are currently raised on 2,061 farms. And approximately 17% of these animals are raised in Campania region, in the 15% of the so, in Italy of the whole farm, buffalo farm, more than 82% are focused on milk production, and in this are raised more than 98% of the heads of buffalo in our country. The milk is used for the production, for transformation, and essentially for the production of the mozzarella cheese. Another important aspect, especially for the potential impact of the breeding, has the environmental and social component, is the density of farm that are not homogeneous in the country, but it's very concentrated in this region, Lazio and Campania, principally in Campania region. In this slide, we can see another important aspect of the concentration of the density of farms or the density of animal heads for square kilometer in Campania region. And we see an increase in animal density starting for 2018, yes, compared to 20 and 23. But we observe a reduction of the density of farms between these two periods. So essentially, we have an increase of animal for each farm, increase the number of animal for each farm, and probably for the market request to comply the need of the breeder to obtain more marginality, economical marginality from the farm. Actually, in Italy, just 4% of the farm, buffalo farm, are extensive, with an extensive system. Otherwise, more than 18% of the animals are raised in intensive system. If we classify the farm in different density, we can see that the class with the higher percentage of incidence, 42%, is represented from farm that present a number of heads between 100 and 500 animals, and which represent 42%, okay? Which is adhered to 9% of farm with more than 500. And in these two classes of farm, between 100 and 500 heads and over 500 heads, we observe that are rising more than 94% of total buffalo breed in Italy. And in particular, 55% in the first class and 39% in the second one. This is very interesting to observe the economical sustainability of the farm, the breeding system. If we observe the trend of buffalo farm and the animals in Italy from 2011 to 2023, we observe a constant reduction in number of farm, more or less a reduction of 30%, but an increase in the number of animals, more or less 25%. A condition which could be associated with the commercial factor and the need for increase the number of animals on on farm to guarantee income for farmers. In this graph, we can observe the trend of milk production for lactation from 24 to 2022. And the production average is 22,350 kilograms of milk for lactation, standard lactation in 270 days, according to data from Italian Breeders Association. In the same time, this condition was accompanied by reduction in the average of fat concentration and in protein concentration too. To monitoring the traceability of buffalo milk, in 2014, a law decree was issued. In the informatical portal, buffalo breeders are obligated to upload daily the quantity of milk produced by all lactating buffalo in the herd, the person to whom it is applied, and just like very utilized buffalo milk are required to upload the quantity of buffalo milk, also in frozen form, purchased for the production, the name of individual suppliers, the quantity of the product, campane, mozzarella, di bufala, PDO, the quantity of products, buffalo milk, mozzarella, no PDO, the quantity of other processed products, yogurt, ricotta, provola, etc. And the data are to be uploaded to the platform on a daily basis and no later than the second day of the week following the day of quantification. Intermediaries are obligated to upload the platform too, and the software has a section dedicated to the operator of the service and call center. This platform is under the control of competent authority of the Ministry of Health and Agriculture. In this way, this is the result, and we think that collaboration is the way. And collaboration is based on what the human resources, especially thanks to the members of our unit who participates in the development of this activity, and for Professor Liza and Dr. Schindler and all friends of research consortium. One more time, collaboration is the way to resolve problem and to develop a new strategy. Thank you very much for your attention.
I think we can go to directly to our last one, that is the buffalo production in Nepal, and then we will have question and answer both on Pakistan and Nepal presentation. Thank you.
Yes, sir. স্যার আপনি চলে যেতে পারেন, ওখানে আছে স্যার। Oh, sorry. Sir, you can go to the desk, sir. But I need pointer. Pointer is there, I think.
Yes, Dr. Shumit.
Thank you, respected chairman and all the delegates. I'd like to thank Professor Manju for inviting me, as well as it's my pleasure to have a presentation in front of Professor Emeritus Nasim sir,
Saman sir, as well as Umar sir. So my topic of presentation is buffalo production in Nepal, and I hope I will take you, all of you, to Nepal for this 20 minutes and let you know how we are doing in buffalo production. So namaste and warm welcome to you all. My presentation topic will be just starting from livestock in Nepal, and then we will in my presentation with way forward. So talking about livestock production, it is a major component of agriculture sector, contributing 21% in GDP, and then 65% with the population dependent on agriculture, and then livestock contributes about 24% in GDP, and dairy is 2/3 of livestock contribution. Similarly, it is a second important venture capital. So economically, it is very important, and milk production is increasing by 4% per annum. So I think it has a good scope. And buffalo contributes about 57% in milk and 37% in meat production. And then Nepalese consume 72% of milk and dairy product annually, while the recommended is 91%. Just highlighting about the buffalo production, we can see that buffalo milk contributes about 7.28% in GDP, and then meat 4.23%. Similarly, per capita consumption of egg is 61, meat is 18.1, milk is 78 liters, and fish is 3.5 kg per capita. Similarly, looking at 20 years period, there is nearly about 60% increase in dairy cattle and buffalo population, as well as meat production has been increased by 121%. And in this graph, you can see there is increase in meat production, with more dominating with the buffalo production. And talking about Nepal subsistence livestock farming, it is like an integrated type of farming system where the farmers has one head big animal like buffalo or cattle, then at least 3 to 5 small headed animal, maybe sheep and goat, and few chickens. So we can say it is like a subsistence integrated type of farming system. Talking about buffalo production in Nepal, buffalo occupy the most important role in national agricultural economy. Nepal is the third highest for buffalo population, about 5.1 million heads, and fifth highest buffalo milk producing among buffalo milk producing countries. Buffalo is found in all parts of the country. Since you all know that it has a wide geographical distribution, and it is about like 65 meters above sea level, range up to 848 meters, that is up to Mount Everest. But you can find buffalo ranging up to 2,500 meters above sea level. Like buffalo meat, 188,000 tons production is per year, and then talking about the milk, it has 1.37 million metric ton per year, whereas 63% is buffalo milk. Then buffalo we have a very unique type of indigenous breed which contributes with the milk, meat, and with the other attributes to agriculture like manure, and it has also good contribution in the leather. In Nepal, we have its religious importance also. We have a community called Nevar community in Kathmandu, where they prefer to have a buffalo meat in their festivals and religions. Economically, buffalo comes the second after rice, and you can see 48.5% of households in the country keep buffalo. So nearly about 50% are having buffalo. And it is such a large territory of country. So if we talk about the species, buffalo can be found everywhere in Nepal. So it is the second important agricultural community. And looking the scope of this species, the government has implemented buffalo genetic improvement project in 2008. We have couple of like 4 indigenous breeds called Lime, Pargote, Gadi, and Tarai, whereas Murra, Nili Ravi, and the cross breeds are also abundant in the Tarai region, that is plain area of Nepal. Murra bull has also been brought to Nepal recently from India, and very interestingly, we can say that buffalo has also been successful to get political attraction. Now the country and the leaders are talking about the sharing of commodity, and the highest one, highlighted one, is the buffalo. So our Prime Minister get a gift from India, Indian Prime Minister having a 15 buffalo Murra. Talking about the history of buffalo production in Nepal, as you all know, Nepal is the Hindu religious country, but buffalo has also been mentioned in the religious books since long back, like 7,000 before century. And then we have a largest celebration or festival in Nepal called Dasai, where there is a huge slaughter of buffalo for meat and sacrifice. And here in this slide, you can see that we have a Gadimai festival, which is the world largest buffalo male calf slaughter festival, where you can see it, 1.5 million people participate in the festival, whereas 2,500 male buffalo calves are sacrificed during this festival. So in this photograph, you can see they offer male buffalo calf as a sacrifice to the god. Similarly, we have talking about meat industry of buffalo meat, because you might have listened a lot of things regarding the milk scope in India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. So I just like to highlight some of the scope which we are having in the buffalo meat sector, where you can see the capital of Nepal, that is Kathmandu. If you go to any restaurant, you will find at least some of the items which is from buff meat, and it is the highest selling meat consumption in that area. Similarly, there is a scope of making different diversified products, which we call momo, sausage, chow mein, dry meat, another meat diversified product. Similarly, we are having more attraction of some industries and entrepreneurs towards this sector, as well as we are having the opportunity of export of buff meat to China. Per capita buffalo meat consumption in Nepal in 2013 data says that it is 12.21%, 1 kg. And regarding the value chain, most of the buffalo calf or buffalo for meat purpose is traded from India, and then it is taken to the local butchers, where in the live market, where they slaughter and they prepare the meat for retail. Similarly, talking about the prospect of buffalo meat industry in Nepal, the price of buffalo meat is most stable throughout the year, because we have other commodity like chicken, where the price is not fluctuating. That's why most of the farmers prefer to have a chevon or this buffalo meat. Live market should be encouraged to improvement of the existing live market, and there is potential way to diversify buffalo meat in niche products such as export maximum returns. Similarly, you can see that we have a 7 province where you can see a lot of scope, not only in the terms of buffalo meat, but it has also a scope of meat production. Now I will take a couple of minutes to describe you about the indigenous breed, what we have, because it is more convenient to our workshop where we have to talk about climate resilience. So we have 4 types of indigenous domesticated buffalo breeds called Lime, Pargote, Gadi, and Tarai buffalo, whereas Parna is the wild buffalo species. Approximately 64% are indigenous and intermediate type. Regarding Lime buffalo, it is concentrated to the western high hill part, and it has a wide range from -20 to 15 degrees centigrade in winter, whereas it can best suit and perform up to 25 to 33 degrees centigrade in summer. It has also a good survival and performance ability for 90 to 97% humidity. Regarding the milk production, you can see it has a 2.5 liter average milk production, and the maximum milk has been found to be up to 6 liter, and the fat percentage is 6.5 to 7.5, depending on different priorities. Then we have another breed called Parcote Buffalo, which is also in the hill, but in the western part of Nepal, that is the Udder province. It has also the similar type of survival ability as like Lime. Regarding the milk production, you can see that it has 3.5 liter. That is, it is more producer than Lime, and it has a milk fat percentage of 6.5 to 7.5. The population is declining. So, as like Lime and Parcote, the population has been declining, but they are not there up to now. And the third breed is Gadi breed, which is very robust, and you can see having a good feature of meat producing animal. Similarly, it is mostly found in the far western part of Nepal, and it can survive up to like 18 degrees centigrade to 28 degrees centigrade, and the above sea level, it has a 4,500 meter above sea level. Then the production ability is like 4.7 liter on an average, and the population is declining, and this indigenous breed is taken as at risk. And the last one is the Savar buffalo, which is in the lower plainland, and the lower plainland has the same scenario like Bangladesh. So you can see like in the winter the temperature goes to 10 to 20 degrees centigrade, and in the summer it goes up to 38 degrees centigrade, whereas rainfall ranges from 2,000 to 2,500 ml per liter. And then regarding the Sarai breed characteristic, it is more common for meat type. So the milk production is very less, that is near about 1.5 liters, but the fat percentage is normally 8 or little bit above 8%. And this population is also declining, but it has a suitable feature to adopt in the tropical climate, and it has a very good meat quality. So the reason of population declining are introduction of exotic breeds, negative selection, because as I stated you earlier, that male calves are mostly slaughtered, so there is a negative selection, and due to silage stress and seasonal breeder, some farmers hesitate to have this type of farming system, buffalo farming system. There are some positive attributes which might be like similar with Bangladesh. So it has a wide adaptability capacity for Nepal, ranging from lowland to upper high hills, adapted most of the agroclimatic zones, and it can regime cold tolerance, nutritional regime, and harsh climatic condition. The body size of indigenous cattle is relatively smaller, so it can climb to the rough roads and high hill mountains, mostly suitable to thrive on narrow and steep topographical hills of the country. And mostly, you know that Nepal has a 70% of hilly area. Similarly, it has an excellent adaptability to local harsh environment. It is resilient in disease resilient, so economically disease. So farmers feel that it is good to have buffalo farming. It has unexploited genetic potential, so a lot of research needs to be done. And then indigenous buffalo produce comparatively similar milk and have a good delicious meat quality. So future perspective of indigenous buffalo of Nepal is various on production performance of indigenous buffalo, improvement of buffalo productivity using crossbreeding, negative selection of buffalo bulls to be checked, and then genetic association of milk and meat production needs to be done. Similarly, use of molecular marker for characterization, reproductive physiology, and infertility, delayed fertility, and reproductive issues research should be done. and then clear and specific breeding strategy should be maintained. Now I am going to just explain a couple of slides on support to enhance buffalo production in Nepal. We have a national system where the service is delivered to the farmers through the local government, and then we have 1,814 veterinarians registered in veterinary council. We have more than 15,000 veterinary technicians. We have we have 4 colleges, and per year we have 200 graduates of veterinary degree and animal husbandry in Nepal. Similarly, we have animal breeding policies where the policy says that we have to maintain 100% level of Murrah bulls, whereas 75% level of semen production is under research. And then the breeding program also says that we can go for wild buffalo cross breeding program. Similarly, we have a teaching and extension activities in buffalo, where we have a undergraduate course, technician course, and farmers are also taken for training under buffalo training. Similarly, we have a couple of extension or training programs, as like One Health Nepal extensive program of Magical State University, where the students used to come and they work with the buffalo farm. Similarly, last month we have this Sere Bangla and Haji Danish group of students arriving there for the extensive program where they used to learn about the farming system of buffalo there. Similarly, we have some scientific events towards buffalo production, where you can see that in 2000 we have a National Buffalo Congress. Then in 2017 we had a International Buffalo Symposium where Professor Nasim, Umar, and other delegates participated. And in 2021 we conducted 10th Asian Buffalo Congress ABC 2021. But unfortunately, due to COVID, we could not invite you all in the real physical mode, but there were a lot of participation in virtual mode in this program. Similarly, we have some research activities, like we are having a genetic and breeding research, feeding and nutrition, milk and meat characteristics. We are working with some of the disease in buffalo, and the main important side now we are having with the food safety, climate adaptability, behavior, and animal welfare in buffalo. So we have 3 types of farms in Nepal. The first one is the government one, which is in Pokhara, and the second one is National Buffalo Research Program under NAR, and it is in the eastern part of Nepal. And our university also has a buffalo farm where we have a teaching, research, and extension activities. Here, we mostly try to talk about the technicalities, and the farmers used to just thrust on the production of buffalo. But in Nepal, we have a top to downward approach where we try to have an extension message to the consumer about consuming the meat as well as consuming the milk. So I think this can be one of the tips for you all to promote this buffalo production even in Bangladesh. And like example, we just have some of the slides or awareness training camp where we say that the nutritive value of human milk is having 1.7 gram per 100 ml, for cow 3.5 gram, and for buffalo 4 gram per 100 ml. So a glass of that is 250 ml of buffalo milk can provide us 10 gram, which is very high in this perspective. Regarding the price, of course, you might be interested to compare with your price to Nepal price. So buffalo milk market price is approximately Nepali rupees 100 rupees. So it is $0.75 US per liter in Nepal. Similarly, regarding buffalo meat, we have a lot of talk earlier. So we emphasize on the protein, calcium, phosphorus, mineral, and as well as vitamin B6 and B12. And the meat market price is 550 to 750, and it is stable throughout the year. So it is 4.16 to 5.68 US dollar per kg in Nepal. There are some challenges and constraints of buffalo production in Nepal, like we have a demand supply gap. We have a lot of demand in the consumer perspective, but the production is still low. We have a declining genetic resources. We have a scarcity of feed resources, more appropriate for buffalo farming. And then we have unmanaged markets because the availability is more questionable. You will not find a wet market everywhere. So the farmer cannot even sell or the consumer cannot buy. We have a poor or unhygienic slaughter practices, as well as we have lack of focus on research and activity. So now we are giving more stress to focus research and studies. Now, at the end, I would like to emphasize on way forward, and that can be consumer or market demanding investment and value chain development. The next is to produce availability, poor goods, food safety, and product diversification is very necessary. And then genetic enhancement with climate resilient and precision livestock and subsistence for buffalo farming system. Next can be collaboration, communication, and cooperation between intergovernmental institutions as well as farmer and entrepreneur. And like in Bangladesh, in Nepal also, we have a very weak communication, and most of the time during the workshop or like this type of seminar only we interact with the farmers. So it is very important for Nepal as well as Bangladesh. And similarly, we need institutional cooperation between SAARC buffalo producing countries. It can be Nepal, India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Bhutan. So with this, I just like to say that we are having a good partnership with Nepal and Bangladesh. Like Bangladesh offer a transit facility to Nepal because you all know that Nepal is the landlocked country. Similarly, Bangladesh approves import of 40 megawatt power for Nepal, so it can reduce your electricity problem. Then Bangladesh has a bus services, shuttle bus services from Dhaka to Kathmandu. So with this, all I can say that it is a very, now we are getting very closer, and the distance from Dhaka to Kathmandu is just like 900 kilometers. Aerial distance is 750 kilometers. So it is very near. Flight time is 1.5 hour only. So at the end, Nepal Bangladesh neighborship is getting stronger, and we need to have a joint initiative towards livestock development. Thank you very much. Dhanyavad.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you just say here, can I request Brother Nasim to come up here just to have some questions which some of our audience might have. So we have, can I ask to organize our questions in 3 steps? First of all, can I request a question for the Brother Nasim first, and then we go for Dr. Subir, and then we go for Dominic. To start with, for Brother Nasim. For Pakistan, do we have any question?
Yes, please. Someone provide a microphone at the end.
No explanation, just straight question, please. We are already late.
Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon. This is Dr. Mohammad Fakhrul Islam, who is a livestock officer. Professor Nasim sir, thank you very much for a nice presentation. It was very knowledgeable and informative and realistic. Sir, Pakistan and also India developed much in buffalo pack, but in Bangladesh still now we are behind on resource. But among some problems in buffalo rearing in Bangladesh, major one is land crisis, because alarmingly Bangladeshi lands are declining in case of farming in Bangladesh, especially buffalo. But in Pakistan and India, there may have enough land or other research factor. They help to increase buffalo farming in that countries. So my question is, beyond land crisis in Bangladesh, how can we conserve buffalo in livestock sector and develop it with the time? Thank you very much.
I think if I understand the question is, my friend Dr. Islam has asked that based upon our experiences in Pakistan, uh, what strategies we could recommend to conserve buffaloes in Bangladesh. Is that right?
He was actually looking for how to improve it. I mean, so whatever we are, we have a constraint of land, we have a constraint of all of the constraints we can think of, but even what would be the suggestion to grow it?
Okay, I think overall it's not, responsible. I can answer long, but try to be short in 1 minute. We have to stop blaming each other. Farmers blame government, government blames researchers, researchers blame everyone else. So we have to work collectively. One thing, of course, the government, the livestock department has the primary responsibility as the state to oversee the development, or if there is something going bad due to climate change, or so they need to address those policies and put in place implementing those policies. I can talk and talk. I am not sure. Maybe someone like senior people can update us. Is there a government approved livestock policy in Bangladesh? It's my question. Perhaps not yet. You have already. So is it implemented? So yeah, that is another question. Then do we have a breeding policy? So, and do we implement it appropriately? So I think government has to do regulatory part, whereas the producers should be encouraged a conducive environment to be able to produce their buffalo products, whether it is meat or milk, and get a decent price of their products. So that is the way to develop. I think government should also provide subsidies and some of the ideas in meat and milk. But again, there is an argument against subsidies that the moment you withdraw those subsidies, things drop down. Even some of the developed countries we have seen. So some people are for, some people are against. But I think very short answer, Dr. Islam, is that we have to work together, and things can. And the second word is that commercialization. No matter what, if it is a corporate or commercial or even a small farmer, we have to be able to tell him to market his to facilitate him to sell more. And maybe I'm not sure at this stage Bangladesh is exporting or not milk or meat directly or indirectly, but 5 years, 10 years, like Dr. Subir also mentioned, that neighboring countries. So Bangladesh is very dynamically growing at a very fast rate. So why not in other sectors? Livestock could be one. So I'm optimistic, and I'm very happy that this conference by the organizers has been held at a very appropriate time. Thank you. I'm not sure if I have answered. We can talk more. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your nice comments. Now, I'd like to invite Professor Dr. Abdul Samad for his asking questions or sharing experience.
Just a quick suggestion. See, this part of the globe, we always talk state government to make breeding policy, which in my opinion is not correct. It should look at other countries. They have farmers breeders association, and primarily it is the farmers association because we have to find out what they like. What government does is, whatever is possible within their resources, they would like to develop policies. For example, policy was being framed in Maharashtra, and then they found out that in this area there could be Jersey, in this area there could be HF. I stood up and asked, I am a farmer. How will you restrict me not to keep HF if I like HF? If I like Jersey and HF both, how can you tell me not to keep this? So state government policies are always, may not be in line with what farmers want. So I think what Brazil has done or other countries have done, they have farmers association. Everything is left to them. Government support them by giving them funds. I think that is the policy of Bangladesh government should also.
Yeah. Can I then have questions to Dr. Shubir?
I have two queries, not questions. You have mentioned that buffalo are distributed all over the Nepal. Nepal is divided into three regions, mountain, hill, and terai. So far I know, buffalo is not rare in mountain, right? So it is limited to plain land and hilly region. Am I right? Okay. Second one, you have mentioned that Nepal is still heavy demand for milk and meat. We have deficiency. But so far I know, Nepal proposes some time to Bangladesh to export, allowing milk import from Nepal. Why we can do this if we have some shortage? Thank you.
Thank you, Umar sir. You are exactly correct to the point that we have a more number of buffalo in Tarai, but is because land. But we have like a indigenous cattle, Lime, Parkoti, and Gati in the mid hills. And as I told you that we can find it like up to 3,500 to 4,500 meter above sea level. And regarding your second query, we have certainly sometime a milk holiday during the season when we have a seasonal production of buffalo. So during like a July to December session, after that we have a very good amount of milk, and abundantly we cannot provide a good market space. For that reason, we try to sell it out, and we have also a very good number of amount of this dry milk in our stock. So we try to explore it for like a market of Asian region, and the milk market is not good for China, so they prefer for the meat. And regarding the meat, what I told you that there is a very good demand of buffalo meat in Nepal. For that reason, we used to import buffalo calf or male buffalo from India, and we sacrifice during our festival and to provide to the consumers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Domenico, you are online, I understand. If you have any question to Domenico, please go ahead.
Disconnect is. Disconnect is.
Yeah.
What is the reproduction status of buffaloes in Italy? Age of maturity and the calving period, and AI per conception.
Did you hear that?
Disconnected. I think he has disconnected. Yes.
You are fine? Okay, sorry. Now, if we have any other questions, Yeah.
So Dr. Dr. Science and Technology.
Thank you. Thank you for presentations. I'm on inquiry, not in questions, to Professor Nasir Mohammed. As you like, you mentioned that you have a in vitro lab, that is in embryo production lab. Is there any field practice or just practice in your lab, that is embryo transfer or not?
The question is that in my university, Department of Chelogenology, is there any in vitro embryo production lab? One, and the other part is that lab working with the buffaloes or Holsteins or Sahiwal in the field? Is that right? Okay. The short answer is that yes. The first part, that UBAS, I think it was 7 years ago, we developed this in vitro embryo production laboratory, and parallel we developed home pickup. It took me about 7 years. I went all the way up to Saskatchewan, and I was very glad that my colleague, Dr. Jaswant Singh, taught me this, and we got all the gadgets put together. Now we have 2 or 3 such apparatuses, because the conventional MOET is slowly getting outdated. I hope आप लोग समझते हैं कि what is the difference between MOET and IBEP. So now world over, IBEP is increasing. So we certainly have lab. We have produced 4 Sahiwal calves 4 years ago. We recently had an Holstein, and we are working desperately. Our facility, our lab has not been able. We transferred buffaloes, but they did not conceive. We are making buffalo embryos, but not yet live calves or even pregnancy. So you need the other part is now, after our achievements, some of the corporate dairies and the processors like Nestle Pakistan is approaching us that can you help us propagate or upscale this technology. And what else I can add? But this is university. In private sector in Pakistan, one of my friend, he owns a company by the name of Al Haywan Sires and MD Gen. It is present on YouTube and Facebook. They have their facility, I think more than 100 calves on ground through IBEP. This is private sector. And so they can make decisions, grow at a very fast rate. And so now there are more government initiatives coming in pipeline for IBEP production, and even sperm sexing. I am so glad last night I learned from Professor Savar and Vishwas Sahib in Maharashtra. They are collaborating with world leaders, ABS, American Breeders Services, and doing this sperm sexing for all kinds of species right there near Pune in Maharashtra. So excellent, and we are following the same thing. Let's hope that in times to come we will have conventional embryos, sex embryos, conventional semen, sex semen. We can, and there are countries which are interested to buy them. For example, China. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we have to stop here. we already made. Just to summarize it, you see the listening to all those interesting presentations from across the subcontinent and also from the Italy. It came to my understanding, I think you have the same, that it has the buffalo production, especially Pakistan, India, and Nepal, is a very important in its socio-economic implication and also nutritional implication. And I'm very impressed to hear from Professor Samad very simple thing, animal comfort. It makes so much differences with very little investment, just to make the animal happy and let it express its full potentiality. And so I think this is one of the lessons we are working at the field level, that this animal comfort issue, especially the housing, which is given very less importance in Bangladesh, especially in our middle pocket area, I think we should be taken care of. And also from Pakistan, we can see some of the techniques you are suggesting, that whole family extension approach. I think this is a good idea. We know that the most of the work, especially with the livestock across our subcontinent, is done by our women. So there should be the first priority when we are extending our knowledge of disseminating any technologies. So I think this is an area. And similarly for the Nepal, I didn't realize that buffalo is such an important in many ways, including your religious. I think this is a very good informative presentation on Nepal's buffalo status, and we hope that our subcontinent have a common ecological as well as ethical basis, on which grounds there might be some political differences among us. Right? It will be there for all. But we, among our farmers, along with our academicians and technicians, we can work together for the betterment of this human across this subcontinent. Thank you very much. Thank you for bearing with us with this wonderful session. Thank you, Andrew. And I actually appreciate our organizer to make me a partner in this very important event of this Buffalo workshop. Thank you very much.
Respected delegates and guests, we are at the end of session 2. It's time for prayer and lunch. It's for 1 hour. Our third session will be started at sharp 2:30 p.m. Our third session will be chaired by Professor Dr. Abdul Samad, Bhatwar, ex-director, Maharashtra Animal and Fisheries Science University, India, and Professor Dr. Divyendu Vishal, Department of Medicine, Surgery and Obstetrics, Photography Science and Technology University. Our reporter, Professor Mohammad Mahabubur Rahman, Chittagong Veterinary Animal and Science University, Associate Professor Dr. Momena Khatun, Bangladesh Agriculture University, Dr. Tanvir, Chittagong Veterinary Animal Science and University, Dr. Meherdan Ashrafi, Chittagong Veterinary Animal Science and University. Thank you all for your kind patience.
is being eaten. It has got a very specific flavor. People can just taste and say, okay, this must be New. So that flavor and the shelf life and the texture comes from the microbiome. That's why this particular topic is extremely important. So thank you very much. So let's invite the next speaker. He is Professor Rahim Habib, and he'll speak on current status of buffalo milk products in Bangladesh and how to improve the situation. Professor Habib is from Department of Dairy Science.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
The time is 15 minutes.
Yes, sure. Thank you very much. So, good afternoon, my dear audience. I can see that the heavy lunch, the delicious lunch has its toll on your attention because I was on your site just 1 minute ago. For your kind information, my presentation is more on informative type, less on scientific merit according to the workshop secretariat, which some of you might find interesting. Anyway, by the way, I led some of the advanced buffalo dairy product diversification and certification programs in Bangladesh. It is still ongoing. I will share my information and knowledge in this regard. So let's see. We all have learned that the buffalo rearing system in our country is divided in different types. One of the most prominent one is the Bathan system, as you can see in the chart of Bhola district. And you see the hardy buffalo, the source of our buffalo milk. They graze and they just swim in this riverbed. And this is the killa that we have learned. We usually keep the buffaloes here at night and in inclement weather to protect the buffalo, especially the calves. And some of the buffaloes are kept in large farms. Some of the buffalo are crossbred in nature, producing lots of milk. And you can see this is the usual scenario of milk production from buffaloes in our country. Now, in our country, most of the buffalo, we can estimate that almost 87% are from indigenous type, and progressively some Mura blood is being incorporated, and hope that within the next 20 years it will have a significant percent. Anyway, this species is distributed in several coastal regions, mostly Noakhali, Chittagong, Lokipur, Bhola, and Bagarhat in our country, and some of the northern districts like Pabna, Rajshahi, and Jamapur. So there are also buffalo populations in different other countries, Jilas as well. The current buffalo population is 15.16 lakh. I mean 1.5 million according to DLS 2023. This is the current figure. So one of our presenters in the morning, he presented some of the data. I did agree with him, but there was some controversy about his presentation. But he presented the data from the reports of DLS. Anyway, so buffaloes are now normally used for milk and meat production. In the past, it was for craft as well. But now the buffalo is less used for craft purposes. In Bathan, you can see the buffaloes are raised in makeshift killas, that I have already told you. And in every killa, there are maybe 200 to 500 heads of buffalo. I have met some of the owners of Bathan who own buffalo. They are very rich people. But there are very small owners of buffaloes as well. In contrast, household buffaloes are reared with much care, getting occasional concentrate supplement, which is almost not present in killa. Low milk production and poor growth rate is some limiting factors, especially for milk production. In remote coastal areas, the veterinary healthcare is almost non-existent. AI service is also very much unsatisfactory, so natural breeding is practiced. The productivity of buffaloes in our country could easily be improved by, as we all know, the genetic improvement, proper nutrition, good husbandry, so and so, and healthcare definitely. We also found that the buffaloes in Bangladesh are seasonal breeders, especially the indigenous one. They produce milk only 5 months a year. Just after the rainy season, they will give birth, and until the winter, they will produce the milk. So sustainability in milk supply, the supply chain is very weak. Even though there is a large market, as we can predict, only 3% of the milk comes from buffalo in our food. Majority comes from cattle anyway. Why? Because the buffaloes are seasonal breeders. This problem could only be overcome by enhancing inshore buffalo farming. I mean, by crossbreeding and increasing the productivity of the buffaloes. Buffalo milk price ranges from 70 to 130 taka per liter. It is significantly higher than the cow milk. We did not have that idea before this activity. Now we find that the very high price of buffalo milk is one of the major barriers in developing buffalo milk-based industries. The cow milk, on the other hand, it is minimum 45, maximum 60 or 70 per liter. In some of the cases where the large dairy processors buy the milk from the farmers, they pay on the basis of fat percentage. In that case, the buffalo milk cost, the payment is made as high as 56 taka, whereas the cattle milk is 44 or 45. This is very low, I think. That's why the farmers are not interested to supply to the large dairy owners or companies. Anyway, but why they buy buffalo is to mix with the cow milk so that they can increase the fat percentage, they can increase the SNF percentage, and so and so. The positive side of buffalo milk is 1 kilogram of chana, the raw material for sweet meat, yields from 3.5 kg of buffalo milk, whereas from cow milk it is 6 liters. That is, 6 liters of cow milk is required to produce only 1 kg of chana, whereas only 3.5 kg of buffalo milk is sufficient. That's why the price of buffalo milk is also very high to these business makers. Male buffaloes, we find that at 2.5 years of age, they are very, they have a very good market for their meat quality, and until the 4 years of age. Both live buffaloes and buffaloes and dodhi from buffalo milk. So live buffaloes means male buffaloes mostly from 2.5 years to 4 years until, and the sour curd or dodhi that we call it, produced in the coastal region are exported in different parts of the country. The sour yogurt from buffalo milk has a very distinct, delicate, and very strong taste, a very strong proteolytic taste that many of us sometimes cannot tolerate. But it is revered and highly popular in some of the coastal regions. So I will show you some of the photographs of this dodhi as well. Buffalo milk is turned into natural sour dodhi in coastal region of Bangladesh without any starter culture, without pasteurization. Only raw buffalo milk is kept in a container overnight. And in the morning, by the native culture, it coagulates. And that's the sour milk. So there are some speculations or concerns about the pathogens that might be present there, but there is no such headache among the consumers. Buffalo milk yields more ghee and chana, almost double than that of cow milk that I have mentioned earlier, and it's a good balancing point for fat and SNF of cow milk. Now the available buffalo milk products in Bangladesh, I can go very rapidly. So there are varieties of buffalo milk products like yogurt, curd, ghee, paneer. cheese, milk powder, ice cream or kulfi, and a variety of sweetmeats. As you can see, it is a typical shelf of sweetmeat in one of the coastal regions. It is from Noakhali. So we see that in a small makeshift factory, the processing of buffalo milk is going on in large cauldrons or forai, we call it. In each of these forai, 80 liters of milk are processed or boiled in a single batch. So this is how the buffalo sour yogurt looks like. As you can see in the shelf, the buffalo sour yogurt. The sweet yogurt is in contrast brown in color. In most of the cases that we have found, they have different techniques of browning the milk. And this is how they coagulate the milk. I mean, after addition of culture for the sweet curd. But for sour curd, no such fermentation, incubation takes place. So small cups of buffalo yogurt, some white colored sweet yogurt also available in the market. So you can see the shelf full of buffalo yogurt in retail store. You can see they have improved the packaging as well as the labeling. I will touch the labeling issue later. And this is some of the earthen pots with buffalo curd in it. And the next product is the ghee. Buffalo milk is double ghee as compared to cow's milk per liter. So from each liter of cow's milk, we get only 40 grams of ghee, whereas from buffalo, it is 70 to as high as 110 grams. We have found some of the buffalo samples with 13% fat, enormously high. So one of the manufacturers of the ghee is very happy with this product. We also make some rasgulla from buffalo milk, the sandesh that we can see, the savory snack, the kalojam or gulab jam, the peda that you can see. One of the makers are boiling the milk for making peda from buffalo milk. You see the very white color of the buffalo milk. And after boiling, extensive boiling, you can see that due to caramelization, the color of milk has turned golden brown. And with the hand, they give the shapes. And this is the peda. So peda and sandesh are quite different. So peda is from dried milk. We dry the milk and convert it into this liquid. Whereas from sandesh, we at first make the chana and then cook the chana. That you can see. This is the chana sandesh that we have coagulated the milk by adding fermented whey to get the chana. And we boil the chana with sugar, and we get the what I can say sandesh. So this is the cheese with so-called
2 minutes.
Okay, Dhaka cheese, and the paneer that we also get from buffalo milk. So what is the future products from buffalo milk? We can diversify into various cheese like mozzarella, halloumi. We can make different types of flavored milk by extracting the cream for butter or ghee and use the skim milk for mango, vanilla, chocolate flavor. We can use the dairy confectionery products like coffee and fuzz from buffalo milk. So you can see that some of the commercial labels of buffalo, exclusively buffalo milk products sold in different parts of this country, milk coffee, the mango and chocolate milk, etc. Now the final part, BSTI is mandatory for every buffalo product. So I have helped many of the processors to attain the BSTI certification. You should know that to apply for a BSTI certification, the logo that must be present on the product, these 8 types of document must be submitted. After submission and paying this initial fee for different products, it depends on the product, there are 8 different steps you have to follow. After application, within 6 weeks, the inspector will come to inspect your premise. If it is satisfied, they will collect the sample for testing. If the testing result is okay, then you will be asked to pay 3 years of CM license. that is certification mark license. That is at least 15,000 for 3 years for any single product. After paying this fee, you will get the license to use the logo of BCDM on your product. So here everything. So resource required to establish a small startup processing factory. You need only the Bangladeshi taka 3 lakh. 1 lakh for renovation, 2 lakh for machinery equipment. To establish a dairy facility that can process 200 to 500 liters. From each 200 liters, you can earn 90,000 taka per month. Any processor can earn. This is a proven figure, not a fictitious figure. So the machineries you need is a refrigerator, deep freezer, cream separator, the stand mixer for making butter, and the ovens and the fry, the cauldrons, the ladles, packaging machine, and simple machine for sealing the cap of the tea. It is the iron that we need to seal the products, and the thermometer, the pH meter, the lactometer, weighing balance, some wooden shelves, and that's it. So my last slide is how to get the training on buffalo milk processing. We have only 3 sources. One from government sources, DLS offer DLS. The office of DLO and ULO, sometimes they arrange some of the trainings. In some of the trainings, I also participated as a lead trainer. The universities, some of the universities, they offer small short courses on commercial processing of buffalo and cow milk. And only commercial foundation by PKSF, they fund some of the NGOs like ESDO, SSUS, GJUS, FDA, UP, SDI, and NDP. These NGOs, they organize trainings on buffalo milk processing. So that is all from today, from me. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
থ্যাংক ইউ। আমি একটু বাংলায় বলবো, সেটা হলো আপনি অনেক বাফালো প্রোডাক্ট দেখালেন, নিয়ে আসছেন, অনেক ঘি সন্দেশ, তারপরে হলো
For your kind information, I am now running a project financed by
আরেকটা আছে টি ব্রেক দিলে কি হয় এরপরে তাহলে আমাদের এই যে ডিসকাশনে একটু সময় পেলাম অর্গানাইজ করতে সুবিধা হলো
So I can openly invite you to visit my university, then I can indulge you as much as you like without any cost. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll invite the next presenters, Dr. Saiful Islam, Executive Director, আফ্রিকা সমাজ উন্নয়ন সংস্থা, নোয়াখালী. His title is the market scenario of the buffalo milk and the milk product in Bangladesh. The time is 15 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Welcome to honorable guests, participants, chairperson, co-chairperson. I am Saiful Islam, Executive Director, Savarika Samaj Unnayan সংস্থা. আমি বাংলা এবং ইংলিশে বাংলাতে বলবো। আমার টপিক হলো মার্কেট সিনারিও অফ বাফালো মিল্ক এন্ড মিল্ক প্রোডাক্টস ইন বাংলাদেশ। আমার জন্য সহজ হয়েছে যেটা রায়ান স্যার যে প্রেজেন্টেশন করছেন আমার সাথে অনেকটাই মিল, এবং যে প্রোডাক্টগুলো উনি মার্কেটিং এর জন্য আমরা বিএসডিএম সার্টিফিকেট এবং যেটা আমরা কাজ করছি এটা আমাদের সরাসরি আমাদের এই প্রতিষ্ঠানেরই কয়েকজন উদ্যোক্তাকে দিয়ে আমরা এই কাজগুলা করছি। তারপরে আমি আমার উপস্থাপনা আমি শুরু করছি। নেক্সট টাইম আমরা নিয়ে আসবো সবার জন্য। Our outline introduction, buffalo versus cow milk, buffalo milk production scenario, buffalo milk production scenarios, buffalo milk and milk product, buffalo milk production scenarios, market scenario of buffalo milk and milk product, buffalo milk market value chain, limitation, availability, economical support by GOB and LGU, way forward some activities, Sagurika. Buffalo is one of the most important livestock species and whole and important place in the overall livestock economic of Bangladesh. The current buffalo population 15.16 lakh PLS 2002-3, which are mostly managed in household subsistence families as well as the batan. Dairy buffalo products production was has a traditional in Bangladesh, especially in the Noakhali and Bola district. Cattle, buffalo, sheep, and goats contribute to national milk product 140.68 lakh metric ton in Bangladesh, where buffalo shared 4.2 lakh metric ton of the national milk rate DLS 2002-3. This sector contributed 2.5% of GDP of Bangladesh.
এখানে দিয়ে করে দিও কিনা দিয়ে দাও তাহলে
আমরা buffalo milk versus cow milk composition. Buffalo milk dry matter, fat, protein, lactose, acids, calorie. Buffalo milk 75.5, 7.6, 4.1, 5.2 এবং 0.8 calorie 97 per 100 গ্রামে পার্থক্যটা আমরা দেখতে পাই। কোলেস্টেরলের দিক থেকে আমরা বাফেলো মিল্ক এবং কাউ মিল্কে 0.65 এবং কাউতে 3.4। বাফেলো মিল্ক ভার্সেস কাউ মিল্কের মিনারেল যে পার্থক্য, জিঙ্ক, কপার, সেলেনিয়াম, সোডিয়াম, ম্যাগনেসিয়াম আছে। বাফেলো মিল্ক 3.91, 0.40, 0.019 এবং 0.071, ম্যাগনেসিয়াম 0.014 এবং পটাশিয়াম 0.041 এবং 0.198, 0.106। কাউ মিল্কেও 2.96, 0.30, 0.011, 30939, magnesium 007, 0.0103, 094, 069. Buffalo milk is buffalo milk. The age of the ghee from 1 kg buffalo milk is around 70 grams, where from cow milk is maximum 40 grams. 1 kg of chana can be obtained from 3.5 kg of buffalo milk. It require around 5.5 kg of cow milk to get 1 kg of chana. Buffalo milk tasted rich and cream than cow milk. Then sperm found on top is thick and heavy. People like those quality and buffalo milk. Cow milk comparatively poor in those qualities. আমরা যদি ইনিমালি যদি আমাদের উৎপাদন যদি আমরা দেখি যে কোনখানে ইয়ে হচ্ছে, নদীতে হলো 1,60,000 মেট্রিক টন এবং ঘিতে 400 মেট্রিক টন, সিসে 500 মেট্রিক টন এবং সুইস মিটে 53 metric ton. Buffalo milk and milk products, generally the composition of buffalo milk contains highly fat, protein, calcium, and less cholesterol than cow milk. Buffalo milk is popular because it is high and nutrient and can make dairy products like cheese, doggy, yogurt, curd, and mozzarella. Higher total solid and fat in buffalo milk make it more economically viable than cow milk and production butter, oil, soft and hard cheese, contains overall milk, ice cream, and buttermilk. Buttermilk and production আমরা যদি দেখি আমাদের যে পার্সেন্টেজ গুলো কোথায় হচ্ছে ফার্স্টারাইজ আমাদের প্রায় 15% মিল্ক ব্যবহার হচ্ছে, ইয়োগার্টে ব্যবহার হচ্ছে প্রায় 50%, এবং চিজ মডেল এবং আদার্সে ব্যবহার হচ্ছে আমাদের প্রায় 20%, এবং ঘিতে ব্যবহার হচ্ছে আমাদের 10%, এবং আদার্স হলো 5%। এই প্রোডাক্টগুলো আমরা ঘি, দুধ, ইয়োগার্ট অনেক তৈরি হচ্ছে, এবং যদি আমরা বাফালো মিল্ক প্রোডাকশন এভারেজ মিল্ক প্রোডাকশন 3 থেকে 7 লিটার পার ডে বাফালো। এটা মিল্ক রেট যদি বিডিটি 70 থেকে 150 বিডিটি, এবং ঘি ক্ষেত্রে 14,000 থেকে 2,000 বিডিটি, এবং কার্ড যদি 160 থেকে 260 বিডিটি। Market demand local and district level market and production capacity of processor 40 থেকে 100 লিটার per day, এবং socially variation in production feed availability. Market scenario of buffalo milk and milk production in Bangladesh. Remote area buffalo milk market fat. Remote area farmers get about 60% lower price than urban farmers. In Bangladesh, few dairy companies give milk price based on the volume and compositionally quality fat. In remote coastal area, dairy companies do not go for milk collection. Farmers are obliged to sell their milk to the grocer, middleman, fruit meat processor, and local grower at minimum cost. Farmers take a loan, give guava and product manufacturing with the condition of selling milk to them that limited the certified milk marketing system. The consumer pattern of milk and dairy product influences the processor and manufacturing or to develop a particular type of product in their business. Promoted dairy product and engineers is sweet like rasgulla, rasmalai, samsung, and kalajan, etc. Top-rated dairy product among the consumer of Bangladesh. The food habits of the general people are changing day by day, and the demand of milk product is increasing due to more per capita income in the consumer health consumption. Consumers generally prefer buffalo milk because of lower cholesterol than cow milk. Perspectives of buffalo milk, most scientifically, the lower cholesterol value should make it more popular in the health conscious market. Demand and supply gap in buffalo market product in Bangladesh. আমরা র মিল্কের প্রায় আমাদের যে ডিমান্ড এবং গ্যাপ দেখতে পাই 28%, দধি আমাদের গ্যাপ দেখতে পাই আমরা 40%, ঘিতে আমাদের 33%, চিজ আমাদের 25%, সুইট মিটে আমাদের 53%. However, buffalo milk product market is different region of Bangladesh. South Belt, Noakhali, Bhaktapur, Bagenhat, Bhola, Chittagong, Kochabazar. Dodhe, yogurt, ghee, butter, oil, rasgulla, and ingredients sweet. North Belt of Rajshahi, Jamalpur, dodhe, ghee, cheese, sweet. Buffalo Milk Market Value Chain, Technical Assistance Training and Education, Quality Policy Training and Expertise, Quality Control, Understanding Market, Demand and Capacity. Limitations of price Buffalo Milk, but well over the seasonal seasons with the fat price regulated from November to December 130 BDT and the off-peak price regulated from March to May 70 BDT. Most of the activation of the any where either awareness and ignore of the requirement, the certification and registration, DLO registration, sanitation, inspection, DSTI, quality testing, etc. Whereas the strong of fluid milk availability that limited manufacturing of desired amount daily product. The value and certification regarding buffalo milk and dairy product in Bangladesh has recommended is due to the absence of any milk in group program. Buffalo milk product by government of NGO, the Department of Livestock Service is implementing the dairy livestock and dairy development program LDDP, of which buffalo production and supply chain development is a key component. Therefore, the commercial conversion because it has disbursed carried then of around the BGT 304 above the last 10 years among the buffalo micro enterprise through is partner organization and use. Way forward, introduce hybrid buffalo breeds to increase milk production, develop a sustainable dairy production, considering the various stakeholders, farmers, traders, processors, and dairy companies in demanding how to ramp up buffalo milk and its products in a profitable manner. May storage and processing facilities should be developed. Improve ecological buffalo rearing practice, animal treatment facilities, and proper waste management. A better soil market linked through market research needs to be created with the dairy companies for buffalo milk and product divisional diversification and their vending and e-commerce development. Promoting of milk production should be and should through proper certification from government and autonomous testing facilities. Customers should be educated about the natural value, cleaner and sustainability buffalo product through improvement content, cooking demonstration and testing events. Continuously monitoring market trade, consumer feedback and sell data to refine storage for production and sales. Some activity সাগরিকা সমাজের সংখ্যা এনসিবি প্রজেক্টের মাধ্যমে বাফলো রাইডিং করে যে প্রজেক্ট আমরা বাস্তবায়ন করছি আমরা লাইভস্টক টাইম ইজ অন দি সেই প্রজেক্টের আমাদের কি অ্যাক্টিভিটিস ছিল কনস্ট্রাকশন বাফলো ব্রিডিং ফার্ম ডেভেলপমেন্ট মডেল বাফলো মার্কেট সাপ্লাই অফ সেফ মিল্কিং ইকুইপমেন্ট demonstration of eco-friendly buffalo rearing farm breeding and dairy products through brand storage, barley compost and vaccination and development distribution program, quality testing, buffalo milk and milk products, capacity building training for LSPS training. মুরা ব্রিডিং ফার্ম সাগরিকা সমাজের সংস্থা এবং ইকো ফ্রেন্ডলি বাফেলো মার্কেট ডেভেলপমেন্ট, প্রোডাক্ট ঘি ধুতি বিএসটি এর অনুমোদন দিয়ে আমরা এটা মার্কেটিং হচ্ছে। থ্যাংক ইউ।
Okay, thank you, MD Saiful Islam. Now we have asked some few questions. Shubhoshi, Dr. Yapi, Nazmul Haq, Rahel Habib.
আমার মনে হয় আর ই করে দরকার নাই, তাই না? ছবি তো এগুলো তো সেলিয়েন্ট পয়েন্ট গুলো কি বলতে হবে? সেটা এটা কি আপনি তো দিলেন আপনি
Please mention the name, which person can.
So, very interesting session. We follow the lecture started from the started, and we have agreed that we have huge deficiency of milk, right? And so we also import milk and milk product every year. Not only powder milk, also import cheese, etc. With good amount. So production, increase of production is very important. And here we have got some information about milk marketing. First, I wish to talk about this to Mr. Ryan.
Stop sharing the
When you are talking about Bangladesh, you should cover the whole country. You not cover it. The audience, I'm telling, this is localized information. Then Buffalo in the northern part, now to Kurikla, you have to mention it. Don't mention about Kunla Barisha, sorry, Kunla Bagerhat. They have also Buffalo. Marketing system quite different part of Bangladesh. We have presented that is related to Noakhali, Odisha, and partly Rajshahi, Pabna. So my question is, shall I say this is a complete? No. This is just my information to the audience. Milk price not 70 taka, it is as low as 60 taka, even in Kamalpur. And it is as much as 140 in coastal area, depending up to the season. So you should correct it. My question to you, if we say we don't, we test the milk quality, but why? For the consumers, so far I know, do not get any fluid milk in the market in place of Bangladesh. All market, buffalo milk is purchased by the processor in the coastal area at high price because they use for the production of Udder. Also, Sana in the past, nowadays they don't use Sana to make a pony. Perhaps they are making some sweet milk. So, what will be the priority for us? Can we use all the buffalo milk for production of the buffalo milk product, or shall we have not mentioned here, don't get any buffalo milk in the market, remember, in place of Bangladesh. We are talking buffalo milk is very nutritious. It is safe If we don't get the milk, what is the value? What is our thinking about this? You don't need to say it itself. You don't get the buffalo milk. Any place in the Bangladesh, am I right?
Yes, sir.
So, in your presentation, don't mention it. So, I shall request you, since you are related to marketing, you should encourage to process some milk, marketing channel as fluid milk. Very important. Our children should drink the buffalo milk, not the cow milk. We should encourage it. I request both of you and the donor also for financing it. This is for, you see, if you don't make the promotion, you have no consumer. The demand will not increase. Right? Right?
Yes, sir.
I request you and the audience here, we should encourage to consume fluid milk and manage to supply fluid milk, not converting everything to milk product. This is my request of this house. Do you agree with me?
Yes, sir.
You don't get the buffalo milk in the market. I request it should be given to the children first because it has a lot of calcium required for their growth development. Now I come into product. You have said, Pavna, Akshay, Ramalpur, they are used for making sweetmeat and roti. We have two systems there. One, if they have the processing facility, additional processing facility, making cream and then converting the milk into sana. The sana is used for making sweet milk. If they don't have, they sell it to milk plant. Only thing, we need this very important information for the buffalo development. We should discuss it and bring to the audience because we have to think here. Nobody has given this thought. Buffalo milk, they are using for the making byproduct, getting a lot of money. But we are telling from the beginning, from the yesterday, buffalo milk is best in Pisa. It is also fake food. We don't drink the safe food. What we need to tell you? I think the buffalo policymaker and the buffalo farmers should think it. Especially in Bangladesh, this is not problem India, Pakistan and Nepal. Only buffalo milk. We tell buffalo milk is better, but we don't drink it. So my solution, who are working with the buffalo marketing, milk marketing, you should convert some part of the milk to drink and fluid milk. Thank you. This is why I am here.
Thank you.
Another question, Mr. Islam, you have mentioned price for rural area, urban area. Is there any buffalo in the rural area in Bangladesh? Can you answer me? No. In the city, don't have any buffalo park. Rajshahi, Dhaka, Patna, Monshi, Noakhali, Never. Buffalo are there in the rural area. Do you agree with me? We have mentioned, we have the rural and urban market. Buffalo have no urban market. Sorry, urban market because we don't have the buffalo in the urban area. So this is another information. I have no, we cannot answer it.
I think what speakers
and the last one, LDP is financing for buffalo milk processing, right? Can you answer? Mr. Islam. How LDP is financing for processing of buffalo milk? Please answer.
Thank you. Very constructive and very interesting questions that we have received from our beloved professor Dr. sir. I very deliberately acknowledge that Professor Omar Farooq sir is far ahead of myself in roaming through the buffalo pockets for Bangladesh. He is my direct professor, and I know him very dedicatedly working in this sector anyway. But fortunately, I have some of the answers. Yes, question first. The last question first, I answer because myself and work together. So we definitely cover the entire country, right from Rangpur to. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right from Rangpur to as far as Sonadia and Chakuria. Okay. But we did not, yes, that we can write. We did not mention all the districts. Yes, okay. We should have written actually that. We have found there are 19 districts with more or less buffalo population anyway. So we have just mentioned the major one. We apologize that we should add the etc. Anyway, so we have found that some of the urban households, some of the farmers, they rear 2 or 3 very high-yielding buffalo. And they definitely also have 5 or 6 Holstein Friesian crossbred as well. So in some of the, I mean, not large cities like Dhaka, it is in Maizdi, it is in Sonaimuri, it is in some part of Rajshahi as well. So you know Rajshahi very well. I personally also do know because my forefathers house is in Rajshahi anyway. So they can sell the milk at a very high premium. But as mentioned by Professor Omar sir, that is right. All the buffalo milk is pre-sold in advance with credit, on credit. So the farmers have very limited freedom in selling the product, the produce to their desired purchasers. Anyway, now the problem of deliberately identifying buffalo milk for children's feeding, we have to admit here that Bangladesh is a cow country because we have more than 28 million heads of cattle as compared to only 1.5 million heads of buffalo. Yes.
In the quick chain project of World Bank Group. So you presented several milk products from buffalo milk. Actually, we know buffalo produce very little amount of milk, even 4 to 7% of total milk in the country. So how will produce the buffalo milk product from the small amount of milk? And another question is, we are facing now food safety issues and also food chain in the entire milk value chain project. So what is your suggestion? How will you suggest to our actors who are working on the different segment in the milk value chain? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raju. So the first question, the answer to the first question is, although the production of buffaloes is far less than that of cows, but in some of the pockets, when the buffaloes produce milk, it is 200 to as high as 2,000 liters of milk supplied from a single buffalo per day. That is enough to support 2 or 3 processing factories. So where that milk will go then? Especially the 5 months of their peak production. Definitely that can be converted into separate dairy products because value-added products have got better price and profit anyway. Now we have another problem. Often buffalo milk is mixed with cow's milk. That is a very deep problem because they don't care about separating these together. So those who want pure buffalo milk, that is a challenge sometimes. Anyway, but in pockets there are sufficient production in several of the months which can be used for processing or marketing. The second one is very valid one, the food safety issue. For food safety, the hygiene of milk, milking, the transportation, the cold chain maintenance, as well as the later processing into pasteurized or heat-treated milk is very important, which our supply chain really lacks. The value chain doesn't cover that very well. In this issue, the policy and the intervention is required. So the sour milk that we so much like is not absolutely safe because by natural souring, not all the pathogens are killed. So there is a scope for intervention. That's what my answer is. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think with this we come. Yeah, Dr. Nasir, please.
Yes, please. My question is from Dr. Sheeta Sen, and then I would also like to have a suggestion. My question is perhaps not directly related to your talk, but how much is the use of oxytocin for milk let down in buffalo in Bangladesh? Can you comment? Yes, no, anybody can help? Did you get my question? Khalid. Okay. So
very high even in India.
Yeah. So it's a short amino acid, protein hormone, not ideally meant for milk let down, but because so this perhaps is one aspect, and how much it affects quality needs to be, this is another project for you. My other suggestion, and based upon our own recent work all over Pakistan, we had about 1,200 samples, and we looked, this is loose milk. We looked at the antibiotic residues, we looked at the heavy metals, we looked at the adulterants, a series of 10 adulterants from urea to glucose to ice to formaldehyde, and we found out that out of 1,200 samples, 90% of them were unsafe as per international standards. I'm talking about loose milk. And 52%, the definition of safe milk and hygienic milk is different. 50% of them were unhygienic. However, there was a variation between areas. This is very alarming. What does it tell? That the food authority and they need to be very play an important role. We don't want to discourage our producers, but as a consumer, we also have the right to drink safe milk and hygienic milk. So I think we have to move all the developing countries. I'm not sure, Dr. India, how does it work? But the processed versus unprocessed milk, that we need to shift. And if you ask me, in Pakistan, still perhaps less than 10% is processed milk. When processed, I mean pasteurized or UHT, and so and so forth. Thank you very much. I just wanted to bring all of you to this.
I'll just give a quick response. also part of Indian Dairy Association. And recently, FSSI in India had come out with a list of antibiotics which should not be there. And then we discussed with the industry. The response of the industry was that with these regulations, now probably with each food inspector's visit, we'll have to pay 5,000 rupees more. So that's why only regulations will not work. It has to be self-regulated. And fortunately, what happened after that, we had lots of meetings with the dairy industry, and everybody agreed that we would start self-regulation. We'll start checking and vigilance cell so that there is no room for the government to come and regulate. That is one thing we should do. And I think another suggestion I would like to do, I think you need a Buffalo Milk Producers Society Association, whatever you call it. If you have that, that can organize the market. Because what you need is the service delivery, and then many things will happen. So thank you very much, and I am grateful to the organizers
Thank you all everybody.
giving me this opportunity to share this.
Now we are breaking.
I have a question, Dr. Sugo. In case of antimicrobial resistance, he already mentioned in case of mastitis in cow. Sorry for my voice. Gentamicin is resistance in case of mastitis in cow. But we know that gentamicin is the drug. In case of it is used in few cases in animals. And you have already mentioned amoxicillin and clavulanic acid is also resistant in water buffalo. We don't think that it's how amoxicillin and clavulanic acid is the latest drug. How it is get resistance within a short time. Is your data is correct or not? I want to know. Amoxicillin and clavulanic acid, you have mentioned, is resistant in case of water buffalo study.
I don't know from when it has been used in Bangladesh, but it's more than 15 years old. That particular. And problem with the use of antibiotics, for example, enterofloxacin, when it was introduced in India, within 6 months, it went like a wildfire, from south to north, and everybody was using enterofloxacin for everything. Okay, so that is the problem. So let's not go by what is the age of the antibiotic usage in the country, but how fast it has moved, how much it is being produced, and the basic issue is parents who practice in India, and they use all kinds of antibiotics.
Same thing.
So I think if you would like to further clarify, then please and give the data.
Thank you very much, sir, for adding some information. Yes, I would add some more information. Actually, we have seen these dairy farms, and we have started from 2017, and still now we are connected to this farm. And in the surveillance, we have received samples from them repeated times, and we have checked the results, and they're mostly consistent. But about the gentamicin, I would say it's frequently used in most dairy farms, and in most of the drugs, they doesn't work very well. And actually, we think it's not necessary also to use all of these antibiotics, because we have collected samples from the clinical mastitis in dairy cows, and we have seen that at least 40% of the clinical mastitis samples, they are actually culture negative. So they didn't, it wasn't required at all the use of any antibiotics. But still, we have seen there are gentamicin used also. There are several other ones, but I think gentamicin is one of the most believable one and common one that is used in dairy farms, at least in dairy cows. And the dissemination of antimicrobial resistance in buffaloes. So we don't have any research data on the direct relationship of it, but we also know that it's about environment. So in the same environment, the cow and buffalo, although also the sometimes sheep also are there in free engine system, and they share a common place for grazing, also feed. So we also know that it's a major concern for dissemination of antimicrobial resistance. Environment plays a crucial role. So for example, some milk are lost or they are not good quality and consumable. So how we actually waste this milk? So it goes to the environment. So ultimately, these pathogens they're going to environment and it can be go anywhere. There are maybe many indirect hypotheses actually, and there's a lot of evidence in other countries, but we assume that there could be some effect also in our case. It's possible. This is my own opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we have now tea break. Then we have another.
Thank you so much. We'll have a 15-minute tea break. Before going out, I would like to announce about our next sessions. We'll have the group discussion. We'll have 4 groups. I will say the 2 groups will be placed at the front of the hall. The 2 groups will be placed at the end of the hall. So I think we need to notify the participant for each group. Sabrina, can you please take out?
So for group A, the note taker will be Dr. Sanjeev Chandranath and Dr. Milizan Ashrafi. Group leader will be Professor Abdul Samad and Dr. Gautam Kumar Dev. Group members are Professor Dr. Mohammad Omar Farooq, BAU, MD Saiful Islam, PKSF, Dr. MD Lutfur Rahman, DLS, Dr. Taslima Ferdowsi, DLS, Dr. Mohammad Fakhrul Islam, DLS, Dr. Jamrul Islam, DLS, Dr. Hiramoni Biswas, DLS, Dr. Mohammad Shofikur Rahman, DLS, Professor Dr. Nasrin Sultana Juena, BAU, and farmers, MD Mashad Ali, Jiaul Jamal Abu Subai Siddiq, MD Azad, Abdul Qayyum, Abu Bakr Siddiq Faisal, Shiraz Mian.
আচ্ছা ঘোষণা দিতে তো হ্যাঁ
নিয়ে আসতে পারবো আচ্ছা সাভারে পাবে দেখি নিতে আমি রাতে
আমরা যার যার টেবিলে একটু বসে যাই কাইন্ডলি। C group, yeah. D. That's right, yeah.
We are going to start our group discussion that will go for 30 minutes. And we will try to be strict on time. Group A, Murad, title Farmers' Preference for Buffalo Farming over Cattle Farming. Note taker, Dr. Sanjeev Chandranath, Dr. Meherjan Ashrafi. Group leader, Professor Abdul Samad, Batware India, Dr. Gautam Kumar Dev, DLRI. For Group B, Jafrabadi, title Perception of Mastitis in Buffalo. Note taker, Dr. Shubho Singh, Dr. Oviru Bhushan Paul. Group leader, Professor Dr. Mohammad Mizanur Rahman, Chittagong Veterinary and Animal Sciences University. Professor Dr. Dibyendu Vishwas, PSTU, Patuakhali Science and Technology University. Group C, Indigenous, title Buffalo Milk and Milk Product Quality. Note taker, Dr. Sabina Firdaus and Dr. Ushing Marma. Group leader, Professor Dr. Nasim Ahmed, UVAS, Pakistan. Associate Professor Dr. Momina Khatun, Bangladesh Agriculture University. For group title Adopting Buffalo Farming in a Climate Change Landscape. Note taker, Dr. Tanvir Ahmed Nizami, Dr. Shirajul Islam Shakub. Group leader, Associate Professor Dr. Chubir Singh, Agriculture and Forestry University, Nepal. Professor Dr. Raihan Habib, Bangladesh Agriculture University.
স্যার নামে সমস্যা নেই না, জাস্ট হলো ইয়াতে রাইট পাশে যেটা দিচ্ছেন এটা ঠিক আছে, প্রতিষ্ঠানের নাম দিয়েছে। ও আচ্ছা স্যার, সাইফ ইসলাম করে একদম। এটা স্যার উপরে এই সাইকেল ইসলাম ঠিক আছে হয়ে গেছে ঠিক আছে এসএস ইউএস এসএস ইউএস
আপনি 1 নাম্বার গ্রুপে স্যার
গ্রুপে
দাদা আসি আসি আমি কয়েকটা ছবি তুলি গ্রুপগুলো ছবি তোলা
আর মান্নান কই স্যার কেউ বাকি আছেন?
না আমি ওই গ্রুপ খামারি নেই, খামারি গেলে কোথায়? ওইদিকে ওই গ্রুপে তো খামারিরা নাই।
স্যার তাহলে কিছু খামারিকে ডিস্ট্রিবিউট করে দেওয়া যায়।
জনাব মোহাম্মদ ফিরোজ ভোলা জেলার মদনপুরের পূর্বগ্রামের মহিষ খামারি। তার খামারে বর্তমানে 13টি দুগ্ধবতী মহিষ রয়েছে। তার খামার থেকে দৈনিক প্রতি মহিষ 1 থেকে 4 লিটার দুধ উৎপাদন হয়। পুরো খামার হতে 4 লিটারের মতো দুধ উৎপাদন হয়। তার খামারে তিনি গত বছর একটি সংকট জাতের মুন্ডা মহিষে একটি সমস্যা দেখেন যে বাচ্চা প্রসব করার 2 দিন পর প্রত্যেকে একটি বার দিয়ে দুধ আর আসছে না। তিনি বলেন যে মহিষটিতে তিনি বিভিন্ন সময়ে 3 ধরনের সমস্যা দেখেছেন। এটা হচ্ছে ভোলা জেলার মদনপুরের 3 ধরনের সমস্যা কি? দুধের 1 নম্বর সমস্যা রং পরিবর্তন হয়ে যাওয়া, বিবর্ণতা, জমাট বাঁধা, প্রসব। এটা হচ্ছে রং পরিবর্তন হয়ে জমাট বেঁধে গেছে, পুষ হয়েছে। 2 নম্বর যেটা সমস্যা রং পরিবর্তন হয়ে যাওয়া, জমাট বাঁধা, পুষ হওয়া, সাথে উলান ফুলা, গরম অনুভূত হওয়া, ব্যথা, লালচে ভাব আসে। 3 নম্বরটা হচ্ছে রং পরিবর্তন হয়ে যাওয়া, জমাট বাঁধা, পুষ হওয়া, উলান ফুলা, গরম বা ব্যথা অনুভূত হওয়া, লালচে ভাব, সিস্টেমিক পুরো শরীরের লক্ষণ সমূহ। পুরো শরীরে আবার লক্ষণ সমূহ প্রকাশ পাইছে জ্বর, ক্ষুধামন্দা, মেঝেতে হেলে পড়া বা মৃত্যু। 3 ধরনের ঘটনা ঘটছে। জনাব ফিরোজ লিটন হালদার নামক অন্য একজন খামারির সাথে পরামর্শ করেন। লিটন সাহেব 10 বছরেরও বেশি সময় ধরে মহিষ পালনের সাথে যুক্ত আছেন এবং ফিরোজ সাহেবের খামারের পাশেই লিটন সাহেবের মহিষের খামার। লিটন সাহেব জানান যে দুধ, উলান এবং পুরো শরীরের প্রাপ্ত লক্ষণ সমূহের পাশাপাশি আরো একটি লক্ষণ পর্যবেক্ষণ করেন। তিনি দেখেন যে এই মহিষের দুধের উৎপাদন হঠাৎ কমে যায়, যা কয়েকদিন পরে স্বাভাবিক হয়ে যায় বা একেবারে স্থায়ীভাবে কমে যায়। ঘটনা হচ্ছে একটা হচ্ছে দুধের উৎপাদন হঠাৎ কমে যাওয়া এবং সম্পর্কিত অন্যান্য ক্লিনিক্যাল সবগুলো পরে আসছে আর কি, পরে আসছে আবার বলবেন কেন। 2 নম্বর আপনার এলাকার মহিষের খামারে কি এই ধরনের সমস্যা দেখেন? দুটো কোশ্চেন দিচ্ছে। এই ঘটনা আমরা সবাই বুঝতে পারছি।
আমাদের কেস 2
আপনার খামারি না? একটু সবাই না
আপনি বললেন
জি জি
কিন্তু বললেন যে কি সাদা হয় কালো মোষ না এখানে সাদা হয় না
এটা দুধে আমি যেটা বললাম আমি স্যার বলছেন তো বলি তো এটা হলো সাধারণত অনেক সময় যখন মহিষ গর্ভবতী থাকে
তখন দুধও কমে যায়, দুধের ফ্যাটও কমে যায়। আমরা
মনে
যে এই রোগটার কথা বলা হয়েছে, এই রোগটা মনে করেন অনেক সময় গর্ভবতী যখন থাকে, যখন বাচ্চা কনসেপ্ট হইবে এর অন্তত 10-20 দিন আগেও হয়, আবার বাচ্চা দেওয়ার 1-2 দিন পরেও দেখা দেয়। এটা সাধারণত হয় যখন আমরা গ্রামে যে মহিষগুলা পালি, যখন উপরের মহিষটারে বেশি হয়, চরের মহিষটা কিন্তু তারা সবসময় কিন্তু ওই যে পানি আপ ডাউন করে, তো এই জন্য ওখানে কোনো জীবাণু বেশিরভাগ হয় না। আর গ্রাম অঞ্চলে যখন যে মহিষটা আমরা পাই, ওই যে স্যারে বললো ওই যে ইন্ডিয়ার স্যারে মহিষ বাইন্দা পালায় বিভিন্ন রোগ আসলে কিন্তু আক্রমণ হয়। আমি একটা মানুষ যদি আমি ঘরের ভিতরে থাকি তখন কিন্তু আমার শরীর হাত পা ছাড়িয়ে দেয়, আর যদি আমি হাঁটাচলা করি তখন আমার শরীরটা আর মহিষটাও এরকম মনে করেন মহিষটা যখন বাচ্চা দেবে তখন অনেক কিছু আটকে রয়েছেন, বাচ্চাটা না পানির ভিতরে বিয়ে যেটা খোলাটা। আর গ্রামের যেটা এটা তো বান্দা, তখন আশেপাশে যে এইটার ওই যে বর্জ্যপাত গুলো যাইতেছে, ময়লাটা চৌনা তাদের পায়খানা, এটা তো আশেপাশে বেশি দূরে যায় না, যেটা খামারে পালে ওখান থেকে বিভিন্ন পোকামাকড় জন্ম হয়। সেখান থেকে অনেক সময় মনে করেন এই পাট ভিতরে পাশে কোনো অনেক সময় মনে করেন আল দেয়, তখন সেখানে মনে করেন এটা কিন্তু ওইসিপি আল দেওয়া একটা জীবাণু তৈরি হয়েছে। আবার আমরা মনে করি কি এইটাই যে এটার মনে হয় বাট ফুলা রোগ হয়েছে, তখন আমরা অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক ইউজ করতে যাই। এই করতে যায় ঝামেলা হয়ে ভালো করতে যায় অনেক সময় মহিষের দুধ কমে যায়।
একটু বুঝতে পারছি আপনার যে আরো 3 জন আছেন, তো উনি যা বলছে আপনি তো উলান খোলা কিংবা ম্যাস্টারি তো বলতেন
ম্যাস্টারি বুঝি আমরা,
এখন উনি যা বলছে বাইরে থেকে আপনি এটা ম্যাস্টারি উনি যা বলছে এর বাদ মানে এটা ছাড়া আপনি কি আরো কোনো কিছু দেখছেন? আমরা যেটা রিপি ওই যেটা হচ্ছে ঠিক আছে, উনি যেটা বলছে দেখা হয় তবে এমনও সময় হয় কনসিভ হওয়ার দুদিন পরে মানে এখনো প্রেগনেন্ট হয়, মানে সময় অনেক লং টাইম আসছে, কিন্তু এর ভিতরেও আপনার ইয়ে হইতে পারে, ওলানে অনেক সময় এরকম জিনিসটা দেখা দিতে পারে। এটা আগে পরে ডিফারেন্সটা যেটা অনেকদিন আগে পরে অনেক সময় এরকম হয়, কিন্তু এখানে যে জিনিসটা দেখেন এটা তো মাস্টার ডিগ্রি, এটা অবশ্যই মাস্টার এটা যেটা মাস্টার ডিগ্রি, কিন্তু এটা ওলানের ক্ষেত্রে মহিষের এটা গরুর মহিষের দুইটা হয়, মহিষের ক্ষেত্রে হইতে পারে, কিন্তু টাইমটা অনেক সময় আপনি যেটা দেখছেন হইতে পারে, আপনি যেটা দেখছেন সেটা আপনি বলেন সেটা আমার মহিষের অভিজ্ঞতা, গাভীর অভিজ্ঞতা কম, আমার মাংসেরটা অভিজ্ঞতা বেশি।
এই বর্ণনার সাথে মিল করে বলতেন।
আপনি কি দুধের জন্য মহিষ পালেন না মাংসের জন্য?
না, আমি মাংসের জন্য পারি, দুধের জন্য নতুন গুলো শুরু করতে মাংসের জন্য বেশি।
আমি দুধের খেলে পালি, দুধের যে কথাটা ভাই বললো ওটা নাম বিএনএর আগে বা বিএনএর পরে যখন দেখা যায় দুধ